Microphone check for Lisa. 1 check. 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think we're about ready to get underway. Well done. We have a no public forum this morning. We do have an apology from Councillor Lefiso for lateness. And firstly, the next item on the agenda is number 3, confirmation of the agenda. So I move that Council confirms the agenda without additional alteration. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. Would anyone like to speak to that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Next, declarations of interest. Are there any changes or updates? We have none, therefore I move that we note the members' interest register and confirm the management plan if there are any. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. Any commentary? Thank you. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Reports. So I move that the Council accepts that there are late submissions and accepts those late submissions. I have 3. Seconded Councillor Walker. Any commentary on those?
More than 3.
Oh, 3? I've only got 3 on my list.
They're late submissions.
Oh, late.
There's 2 in the report and...
Okay, so a total of 5. Any commentary? No. So all those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Now, I will now invite submitters to speak to their submissions. And note that you'll have 5 minutes to speak to your submissions. And then councillors will have up to 5 minutes to ask questions. We do have a timer, which will appear on the screen above. And when you speak, please remember to press the button on the microphone in front of you. When it's on, it turns red. You don't have to turn the microphone off, as it automatically turns off when someone else speaks and presses the button. So your microphone is turned off when someone else presses theirs. So you only have to remember to turn the microphone on. Okay, so first submitter.
Mr. Mayor, can I just, through you, ask a quick question?
Yes.
Is it possible when we get to questions, because there's only 5 minutes in total, I understand,
yes,
for us to ask questions, that members don't actually make a speech first, that we just get straight to the question, make it as succinct as possible to allow for as many questions as possible, and even for the submitters, that perhaps when they answer a question, the clock's on, so try and answer the question as quickly as possible to allow for as many questions as possible.
Thank you. I think that is a helpful suggestion. One of the things that we have noticed over the years, in fact, is that if questions take too long to be asked, then it really severely reduces the number of questions that may be asked. And so as recently as the previous council meeting, we had councillors missing out on being able to ask their questions. However, and I think we're pretty close to 10 past now, so Mr. Pope.
Atamaria, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having me here from the Otago Peninsula Community Board. Let's crack straight into it, and first of all, first part of our submission is around the Peninsula Connection. The completion of Otaka-Harrington Point section is now becoming more of a matter of urgency, given the fact that also the road is actually undermining, but secondly, we run the risk with the likelihood of sea level rise of actually shutting off the Marae, Taiaroa Head and Penguin Place. So this area was removed from the program in 2019, and we would request that it actually is completed. Obviously, we're also looking at the completion of the boardwalk that was passed by Council in 2022 for Portobello, but also the connection between Portobello School really does need to be completed as well to make this project whole, given the fact that it's only about 400 metres and the section between the school and Harwood is actually already complete. Finally, the part of the connection project is the bottleneck around McAndrew Bay. There was no actual design work done in this particular area, and this is becoming a problem not only for locals using the reserve but also for cyclists and walkers in that area as well. We have had some comments in relation to the Peninsula Connection to improve some of the accessibility to the area by members of the disabled community, given the types of concrete blocks and borders that are there, and it would be timely to look at that as well. As far as general transport matters are concerned, We have looked at a number of issues right across, and particularly still around Pukahiki Highcliffe, where increased traffic flow still remains a problem for this particular community. The lack of footpaths, those sorts of things in those areas. Tomahawk Road, we have made some progress with staff who have agreed to put in some some temporary judder bars. They are being on order at the moment, but with the additional 50 homes that we are seeing as part of subdivision in this particular area, we are going to see some critical movement of traffic. And of course, wider pedestrian access in areas around the peninsula still remain important. Greig Street in Broad Bay in particular is one of those areas there. Children are still being asked to walk to school without a footpath. In terms of climate change resilience, I would go back again to the Harrington Point Otago section of the Peninsula Connection, given the fact that, as I say, it is critical for this community around that area to have that done. But also too, we're looking at significant flood areas in the back bays, but also the Hardwood and Tidewater Drive, which is experiencing significant flooding at various times during high tides and high wind events. In the open space area, I can't stress enough the importance of the Otago Peninsula Track Network as a world-class visitor opportunity that has not been maintained or invested in since the mid-1990s. We also, following on from our climate change resilience, suggest that 100,000 trees on the Otago Peninsula over the next 10 years would go a long way to mitigating the effects of carbon emissions from tourism, but also to add further critical species protection and habitat creation on the Otago Peninsula as well. For McAndrew Bay, the fact that we have a very busy crossing, as you can see in the middle picture, the toilets are currently at the hall. McAndrew Bay does require a public toilet to be built, or at least a shared facility with the yacht club at McAndrew Bay to improve the access for people using this area. We have had fantastic use of this site this year, given the fact that, as I say, we've had a brilliant summer. The board also requests that the township and place name signage now become bilingual, that the names are both in English and te reo would give a deeper cultural and historical meaning to our township and to our community. There are quite a number of other issues that I've highlighted in my submission from the board. One of the things I would raise is that I think it's since 1989, 1990, all boards have only ever had $10,000 of funding. It seems to me that given the current rate of inflation, it's time to actually increase that level of funding for boards so that they can invest that money back into the community. That has not changed for a significant amount of time, and it would be time for a change. Thank you very much.
Excellent, very well timed. Mr Pope, I have questions from councillors Wiley, Gary and Walker. Councillor Wiley.
Mr Mayor, my question was around the toilets at McAndrew Bay, and that's been answered by Mr Pope. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Pope, around the section of the Peninsula Connection at Otago, the section that's not designed to be completed, can you tell us a bit more about the problems with the increased traffic, with tourism and so forth, and where are the risks that lie there with the undermining of the road?
Well, the redesign of the Peninsula Connection was designed in the face of scenarios around sea level rise. At the moment, at king tide and in high storms, we actually have water coming across the road, and there are times where the road has actually been closed. If you look at the current state of the road, you'll see that the edge of it is actually being undermined, and it's actually pushing vehicles out across out of their lane into the other lane. This is probably one of the most narrow sections of the road all along the Otago Peninsula, and given the fact that we now have opened up with the tourism season after COVID, we're now seeing an increased level of bus, camper van and other vehicles using that area. It becomes problematic, as I say, especially now in relation to sea level rise, that we will shut off probably 3 of our key tourism operations as well as the marae in the future if we don't deal with this issue urgently.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Ms Smith. Thanks, Mr Pope, for a substantive submission. I have 3 questions. I'll try and squeeze them in the time we've got. You've been here before talking to us about the Otago Peninsula Tracks network, and it was my understanding previously, and it's indicated in your submission, that literally we're only talking here about signage, handrails, boardwalks, and some relatively minor stuff that isn't a big ask for us.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the first signs on the Otago Peninsula went in 1996, and same with the boardwalks and handrails, and they haven't been touched since.
Cool, we've still got 240, so we can... second question, you talk a lot in here, and I think it's fairly clear around the Harwood Tidewater Drive situation, but you mentioned a sustainable solution is needed. What does that look like?
Well, given changes to the 2GP in terms of new construction, but you've got an existing community there, and as you can see from the photos, this area floods significantly, and especially, as I say, again, going back to our highlighting the need for climate change resilience, and especially in relation to sea level rise. I really do feel that there will come a time where the seawall needs to be repaired and needs to be slightly raised.
And final question I didn't have until you raised it at the end of your submission. The $10,000 discretionary fund for the boards. I mean, I've been knocking around for my 16th year now, and I've only remembered 10,000. Do you know what the time is in that, and what that 10,000, if it had been index links, would look like now?
Look, I think it would go back to the formation of boards 1990 after 89, after amalgamation, and I think from the community board, for our board, we were established in 2004. So it's always been 10,000, so we're looking at 19 years. Goodness, what are we sitting at the moment? 7.5% inflation. I would hazard to guess you're looking at 25,000.
More than 19 years from 1990. And can I just ask, is there pressure on your discretionary fund each year?
There's always pressure on boards, but I think the issue is actually having the ability to actually invest smarter, but also to use the fund as seeding funding for certain projects that the community are trying to achieve.
Thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions. Thank you very much, Mr Pope. Next up, we have the Saddle Hill Community Board, represented by Mr Weir and Mr Witherall.
Morena, everyone. Thanks for having us. I introduce myself. I'm Paul Weir, Chairman, Saddle Hill Community Board, and to my right, have the man who probably doesn't need any introduction, the man, the myth, the legend, Scott Witherall, right here. So, first up, just want to say thanks to the council for putting a basketball court on the budget to come to Delta Drive Playground with our young population growing up. Sorry, mate. No, that's better, that's better. There's been a lot of questions asked around our playground area. Like, got a lot of what I call tweens coming into teenagers, like asking for more. And so we're very appreciative that we have a half basketball coming our way, and people are very looking forward to that. So thank you very much. Next up, shared pathway. We have one coming from Green Island to Wardenville, and it's used quite a lot by families, parents, dog walkers. I think a few Caversham Harriers Club, the running, use it for training as well. So I would like to see this extended from Wardenville to Ocean View. So that's about 4 kilometres. Worth of shared pathway, and it's been great that a local civil contractor, as in Fulton Hogan, has been able to help us out, and they're very keen to jump aboard as well, which has been brilliant. This is a bit between Wardenville and Ocean View, so we don't really have anything there apart from a bit of tar, a bit of gravel, not that safe. The other point is, if we couldn't afford it straight up, could it be done in stages, as we've got here, stage 1, 2 and 3? And the final cost is estimated at 800,000, but I would say it may be rising with inflation and everything else. But, yeah, and now I'll pass on to Scott and talk about projects.
Thanks very much and good morning. On behalf of our board, obviously thanks for the fantastic work that you all do for our city. One of the things that the Saddle Hill Community Board has been asking for at least 20 years now, 19 years that I've been on the Saddle Hill Community Board, and prior to that, Councillor Witherell retired, has been asking, is just an assessment of our coastal verge of coastal erosion to understand actually what our concerns are. We know that there's multiple areas along the Tynemouth Road that are slipping into the ocean, but we actually don't have a clear understanding of assessment of this. So that's all we're actually asking for, is an assessment of this council along that coastal verge. Oh, you got one more? And the other item that we just wanted to talk about quickly is obviously the proposed landfill at Smooth Hill is still in some processes. We know that the council are limited in conversations around that, but we would just ask, as we have asked for the last number of years, that this council continue to come and consult and communicate with the community. We honestly don't think that's too much to ask for. If the landfill goes ahead, we know that there's some provisional consents that the community liaison group is actually given some decent teeth, and there's some council consultation communication that is with our community. We are still to see some sense of community meeting or overview of what the council actually proposed to do with landfill at Smooth Hill. As in terms of, we just want you guys to come out and talk to our community, to share with our community what it's potentially going to look like, to raise our potential fears and concerns, because I don't think that's too much to ask for. The last community consultation was documented back in 1990. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Witherell, thanks for your submission. I just wanted to ask about that assessment issue, coastal assessment issue you raised. Given that the DCC relies on the coastal hazard maps that the ORC provide, does that mapping not cover your concerns?
So we understand where that potential inundation of water coming into, sea rise and things like that, but it certainly doesn't pick up where the current erosion concerns are along that coastal verge and also into the sand dunes. Like if we looked at the Waldronville Reserve, Beachlands Reserve, it certainly doesn't cover that. It would indicate that we would see an indentation of water coming up the estuary, but what does it actually look like from a wider perspective? We don't have a clear understanding.
And are you planning to ask the ORC to update those hazard maps in that regard?
Yeah, that's certainly something that the Saddle Hill Community Board works with on a regular basis around our community response planning to clearly understand what our role is, but also what our potential risks are. And we know that coastal erosion is, we know that all those potential increase of water coming in, yeah, we will be 100%.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Scott. One, you touched on the shared bike walkway between Waldronville and Ocean View. One thing that's happened in the past, are the drains being cleared out appropriately and all the way through there to erase flooding fears, and has that been well maintained?
It has in stages, probably not as much as we would like. So we'll be putting forward, especially in Ocean View area, there seems to be one that's constantly blocked, grown over, needs cleaned out. So, and not as much as we would like, no.
And we still don't have a clear answer in regards to the the large open drain along Ocean View there, and I think that's where you're referring to, which we know 2 to 3 houses flood every second year. We have to close that road every year when we get a decent heavy rainfall. So we would love some sense of resolution around that, and I think you and the Mayor definitely have a clear understanding of what those concerns are. I'm sure other councillors do. If not, happy to do a site visit.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Quick question. We did hear from Mr. Pope before about his concerns around the 10K. Are there projects in your area that you would require or would like more than 10 for that would assist? Do you think the 10 is appropriate? And is there anything that you feel missing from what that allows you to do what you would like to do? Do you have everything you need?
I think any opportunity for a little bit extra money in a discretionary fund, we would definitely welcome. We don't have any issues in spending the discretionary fund. We typically share that with supporting fantastic young people in our community through our Youth Ambassador Fund, community groups and organisations, but we also sponsor a number of our own community projects, and that could be a picnic table, it could be a rubbish bin, it could be a variety of different things, murals. So any opportunity for a little bit extra fund to beautify our community would be very, very thankful for. Yep, we've definitely got opportunities and projects within the community that continue to advance. There's word of a pump track or an opportunity out in the Brighton area around the Brighton Domain. That's definitely something that we're really, really keen to support as a community. There's an opportunity there. Mr. Weir spoke about the work that we've done, and the council's fantastic support around the third basketball court at Waldronville. Now that was brought about because consultation communication we did with our community. We thought an adventure playground was a great idea, but actually the community told us they didn't want that. But that's fantastic because we listened to them and they wanted a basketball court, which is what we've managed to get over the line, so that's exciting.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think, the more money you have, the better projects we can do. That's, simple.
In the 14 seconds left, do you think you have enough, you use the words teeth, to have enough teeth, do you think you're provided with enough teeth to get things done?
Any further delegation of opportunity would be great.
Thank you. Well done, gents. That was perfectly timed. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Plural. And now we welcome Antonia Wood from Plugging Otipoti, Dunedin.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Hiriwika Tamoka, ko Orfeo Te Awa, ko Erdman rātou, ko Thompson, ko Wood ka whānau, ko St Leonard's Otipoti Te Kaika, no Te Awa Kairangi ahau, ko Michael Wood Te Hoku Matua, ko Gayland Denford Wood Te Hoku Whaia, ko Antonia Wood Te Hoku Ikua, ko Steve McKnight Te Hoku Hoatane, ko Harry rātou, ko William, ko Sophie Ahaku Tamariki. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So I want to talk about the shared path extension on West Harbour. How are we planning to encourage users of the West Harbour extension to be kaitiaki for our community and for the path and for the harbour? We need to keep our community clean and protect the fragile wildlife in Otipoti from plastic and other rubbish entering the harbour. I understand Waka Kotahi are providing 5 bins on the new path. What facilities are planned in regards to recycling? To dog poo bag dispensers and signage reminding dog walkers of their responsibility to scoop the poop and keep dogs on a leash. What are the expectations on path users, so locals and visitors, that will be formed from the opening of the extension of the path? So how are we creating this expectation from the get-go? In 2021, a West Harbour community clean-up gathered approximately 30 kilos of dog poo and over 100 kilos of rubbish from along the existing walkway and harbour how can we front foot it to prevent this happening to the extension of the new path? So the existing 5 kilometre path from town to St Leonard's has not had enough rubbish bins, no recycling facilities, 1 dog poo bag dispenser, which relies on public to supply and use plastic bags, bread bags, other leftover plastic bags, rather than the compostable bags that the council provides. Until late 2022, the path had 3 bins catering for the 5 kilometres, and these were all landfill, no recycling. After campaigning, 2 further landfill bins were provided. We're going to go plugging and organise community cleanups. About half of the rubbish that we collect is recyclable. Where are the recycling facilities in our city that are out of the town centres? I haven't seen any that aren't in the centre of the city or outlying communities. DCC Animal Control has $2 million of annual revenue in dog registrations. Some of this could be invested back into better signage that's well placed, appropriately sized, eye-catching, firm but friendly and witty like those in Queenstown. Animal Control having a presence on the path extension from when it opens will make a difference. What about the council supplying dog poo bag dispensers, the likes we've seen in other towns and cities around New Zealand, and have them at regular intervals along the path? From a longer term perspective, more resourcing and education is needed, starting with our tamariki, on how to care for the environment around us. What is the effect of throwing your Macca's bag out the window, out your car window after you feed? You know, is that going to end up in your fillet of fish next time you go for your McDonald's? And regarding safety, so another issue but to do with the extension of the path, what about safety at the port end when we have this influx of people coming to use this new path? It's going to be very popular. How do we get them safely off the end of the path into port when they're going to port cruises to catch the boat across to the other side of the harbour, to Kerry's Bay, to the shops, to the cafes? How are they going to exit the end of that path? Are there going to be pedestrian crossings, signage? I think we need to think about this because it's going to be very popular. Bike lanes. Is there going to be a bike lane down the main street of Port Chalmers? Yeah, where do they go when they exit the bike path? Bike racks?
I'm just pointing at the clock.
Sure, yeah, no, that's, I know, yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Antonio, for your mahi over the years. I'm scarred for life being part of that 30k pickup. The question is around, you talked a lot about signage, or a wee bit about signage, and particularly in your written submission. 2 questions. A, are the signs too small? And B, if they are too small and they lead to dogs being off leads in a dog on lead area, is that part of the problem when it comes to people leaving their poo behind? Or dogs leaving their poo behind? You have to press your mic.
I think it is part of the problem. So after talking with Animal Control, they did upgrade some of the signage on the existing walkway, but it's still, I'd say, abysmal, but poorly placed. So not face on to people along the walkway. It needs to be. It needs to be bigger. There's some missing. So the town start of the walkway, there's nothing about having your dog on a lead, which leads to extra dog poo, which is a health and safety risk. And it's also dangerous. I've come off my bike before because of dogs off leads crashing into cyclists. So yeah, more signage, better placed, bigger. And Queenstown's an excellent example. Have a look at the pictures on the Facebook page. Yeah.
Thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah. Ngā mihi nui.
Rena.
Okay, so Jordana hasn't arrived, so Desiree might.
Yes. So I'd now invite Ms. Desiree Martin from Te Hoora Whanau Services.
Morena koutou. Ko Desiree Mahi tōku ingoa, he uri au o ngai tūhoi, e noho ana au ki koputai, ko te manukura o te Hauora Whānau Services tōku mahi aroha. To those councillors that I have met or previously given submissions to, repeat offender, tēnā koutou. Thank you for your continued commitment to the city. To councillors in their first term or return offenders like myself that have come back for another turn, tēnei te mihi nui kia koutou, welcome and thank you for stepping up to support our great city. My name is Desiree and I'm a proud Tūhoi woman who chooses to call Port Chalmers home. I regularly engage with council with the view to supporting you to do a great job, which to me means leaving our city for our descendants in an even better state than the one that we enjoy now. I remember a number of years ago when there were submissions invited around street names, and I wrote a submission about the loss of the street name Arawa Street when the stadium was built. And in that submission I stated that the only place that I see Māori reflected in Dunedin is at the prison and the haere mai sign at the airport. Well, we've come a long way. More than once in the last 5 years I've cried. First, when I saw the bilingual signage on the rubbish bins, I cried, tears of joy, tears of pride, tears of about fricking time. And again, with the kuaha or the kuaha surround, the pare of Ōtākau Marae that you have supported in the Octagon, again, tears of joy and of pride. And my submission today is another normal two-liner Desiree in a rush submission, is actually about encouraging you to continue with that same drive to reflect Māori Dunedin, the wonderful history of kaitahu, of mana whenua, of our Indigenous peoples in this city. My submission today is as manukura or chairperson of Te Hauora Whānau Services. We are a large kaupapa Māori social service here in Dunedin, and I'm submitting because I've been disappointed to learn that the council shut the door on destination playgrounds. So at Te Hauora Whānau Services, we're part of an international research project with the University of Otago. We soon go to America to hang out with the Navajo Nation, and we're to look at solutions for the 0 to 6 age group. We would love, our dream would be to develop an Indigenous playground in the central city with mana whenua, Dunedin City Council and central government. Please don't close the door on opportunities. Leave them available should they present themselves. And we have a current opportunity. We have a massive housing development being undertaken by Kāinga Ora. The worst kept secret of that development is the bus hub next to the Oval and the Market Reserve. That provides for a fantastic opportunity to look at a destination playground in that area that has an Indigenous flavour. There are some great examples that I don't have time to get into today. We are soon to have the Palmyra Flats demolished. That means significant intensive social housing right in the city, at the bus hub and also at the top of Carroll Street there. And the 3 playgrounds that I know that you're committed to further investment in are actually largely inaccessible to a lot of the hardly reached communities. So Mosgiel, Woodhaw, the beach, these days whānau are actually struggling to get their kids in the car and afford to drive to playgrounds. So to have something that's on the way to or from the supermarket where you can bribe your kids with a bit of time at the supermarket and also the opportunity to leverage off central government and also the quite significant funding that we've received from the Lego Foundation. Yes, Lego, those building blocks you've wrecked your feet on, that place. It's a real opportunity for us to create an Indigenous and internationally acclaimed playground. It is an opportunity to put Dunedin on the international map. I'm personally willing to work to progress this opportunity, as is our CEO of Te Hauora, Dan Anderson. Those of you that know me, have worked with me, know my work ethic and the relationships that we bring to the table. That's the end of my submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. Questions, Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Desiree. You've answered one of my questions, that the Lego is the Danish Lego company. So my question is around that. A, you mentioned substantial funding, and feel free not to reveal how much that is. But my sense is you're looking for collaboration with us to develop something above and beyond the 3 play spaces that we're doing individually. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm here to ask council. Oh. I'm here. This is much less intimidating than across the road too. I'm here to ask council to allow us to have the conversation with your staff and to explore the opportunity. This is very early days. Our researcher that we're working with from the University of Otago has been granted $30 million US. We are one of 4 organisations that she is working with across the country, and we will receive, and I don't mind saying, probably just over $1 million US that we are able to determine what it is that we're going to do with that. And we want to create a long-lasting community asset. Yes, we could invest this in our programs and in the day-to-day mahi that we do, but we want to develop assets that have a long-lasting impact. And we want to continue to progress that Indigenous flavour through the city. So, yeah, and I believe that there are central government funding opportunities that we could leverage. So, but council has the land, potentially.
Thank you. Councillor Land.
Thank you. So your concern is with the 3 options we're already looking at that they're perhaps a wee bit too far away for some people. Is that what you're thinking?
I think the council needs to think about what the city's future looks like. I think the council, I hate microphones too. I think the council needs to think about what the future of the city looks like. Again, we've had research done by the university. We're all aware that higher intensity living is coming. That means children without playgrounds. So I'm encouraging you to think long term in the decisions that you make, but also in the here and now. Whānau are really struggling with feeding their children, let alone driving them around.
So would any of the funds or Lego, because I've anyway, I won't tell a story with it, but yeah, the Lego stuff's amazing. Is there any way some of that could be incorporated into some of the ones we're doing now, or you'd rather keep it for something separate?
We haven't made decisions around what we're doing with that funding. I think that's something that we would need to work through to answer later on. But I guess my response to that is we'd certainly encourage you to work with mana whenua around that design. And my understanding is that that's happening from my conversations with planners in the Parks and Reserves team.
Would a team from your organisation go visit some of those places at Legoland and that they've done overseas to have a look, see what they've done? Is that the plan? Is there any plan for that?
And not at this stage. What we're going to do is to go and meet up with other Indigenous groups from Canada, America and Australia, and to talk through what initiatives that they have going on and what's working for their communities, and to think about the synergies within that.
Thank you. It appears we're done with questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Also, awesome, thank you. And to the staff that are always here to support, kia ora.
Kia ora. Okay, so I now welcome Jordana White from the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital and a friend.
Morena, everybody. Here we go. Oh, there we go. We're on air. My name's Sian Sutton. Some of you may know me from a different role where I wear a different hat at Aurora Energy. Today I am wearing a new hat, so I'm very fortunate to be the new chair of the Dunedin Wildlife Hospital, and I'm just here to support Jordana, who will give you a bit of an overview of the year that's just gone by. But really we're here to express our appreciation for your funding to date.
Morena koutou, I'm Jordana White. I'm the manager of the Wildlife Hospital Trust. I've probably met most of you before. Just a quick admin question, is there a PowerPoint up available for us? We sent it through. If not, that's okay. Nope, that's all right. So sorry I won't be able to share my beautiful pictures with you, but I can give you some information about what we've done in the last year, in part with the generous funding that the DCC has provided to the Wildlife Hospital. So just quickly by the numbers, for 2022, we had 622 patients come through our door, which is a significant increase over the year before. 69% of our patients had a threatened or at-risk status. So these are species that definitely need a lot of assistance, including hospital-level care. 76% of our patients were classified as Teonga species or treasured species to Ngaitahu. And the big important number to focus on, if you only remember one figure, it's that we had a 77% success rate across all species. So the majority of our patients are able to go back into the wild where they belong. And just for the purposes of this crew, with about 75 to 80% of our patients do come from Dunedin City. So there's some seasonality to that, but most of our patients will come from within the city of Dunedin. Looking at just a little summary of our economic impact in the last year, we did create 2 full-time jobs, so 1 veterinarian and 1 vet nurse. Our veterinarian did move to Dunedin. She relocated to Dunedin for the job, so we've growing our city by 1 awesome person last year. We launched 2 courses in conjunction with Otago Polytech. So those are level 6 and level 7 courses. Those are for vets and vet nurses who are already in practice. Those courses have been fully subscribed, and I believe they are already fully subscribed for this year. In those courses, we have 1 week practicum where the vets and the vet nurses come and work in the hospital. So again, we're bringing people in from other parts of the country to spend a week in our city. And generally when they're here, they're booking accommodation and going on some of the wildlife tourism operators that we have here in the city. Education is a really important part of our mission in addition to treating our patients. And last year we had 47 educational engagements across the city, some for children, some for adults, some for families. And we were able to create 2018 opportunity hours for volunteers to work in the wildlife hospital or supporting the work that we do. So lots of ways to get the community engaged. It was really, really difficult to pick some patients to highlight for you from last year. But one thing that I think everybody at this table should know about is that we had a world first, which is that we were able to hatch the first ever hoiho or yellow-eyed penguin chicks in captivity. So we received 9 eggs from the Green Island breeding site. We were able to successfully hatch 8 of those, so excellent success rate. And of those 8, we know that 7 have successfully fledged from their wild foster nests. So massive, massive, exciting contribution to research and how to help keep this species going. So we're very proud of that. And on the hoiho, there was definitely a hoiho theme to our year last year. We treated 192 hoiho throughout the year, which is a record for us. 165 of those were hoiho chicks. They all came to us in the month of November. So 165 chicks in the month of November alone. And we did have a 93% success rate with those hoiho chicks. 93% is phenomenal. So we were able to save the majority of those chicks that came to us. Fantastic. We also received a pretty exciting patient for us, and last year was a hoiho that we had originally treated in 2018. And the reason that's exciting is because it shows that there's evidence of the long-term success of the patients that we fix up and send back into the wild. So they are surviving. And of course, this one got into another little strife, but that's all right. It's back on its way out. It's just quite exciting to know that there's no negative effect on having a hospital stay with us. We certainly have had a cast of characters throughout the year. We've had plenty of media attention for some of the patients that we've had, whether it was the penguins that escaped their enclosure and pooped everywhere, or a seagull that likes to come and harass our current patients. We have a whole heap of cool animals coming through, and I have 0 seconds left, so I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support through 2022. We could not have done it without you. We're proud of the work we've done, and we hope you're proud of us too. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Gary.
We certainly are proud, and thank you for all the mahi. I'm interested to know about the funding landscape for the Wildlife Hospital as you came through COVID and supposedly post-COVID. Interesting just to hear your thoughts on that. I might start with Councillor Gary. Thanks for the question. Look, I think it's a really
a beautiful story, the work that we do, and there's a lot of positive things about it, but with every good story there's a downside, and COVID really has had its effects on, well, the business community, but also the charitable community. And unfortunately, in the last 12 months, ending the 31st of March, our income was down 32%. Financially, what that means is we had a loss of $163,000, which has been a really hard hit for us, particularly when the majority of our funding goes towards funding our vets and our vet nurses, and that's what keeps the hospital doors open. You know, I think at the moment, the story that we're here to tell is that we are dipping into our savings to enable us to keep our doors open, and that is, I think, a really scary prospect for us, but also for the city and the wider region. Did you want to say anything more, Jordana?
Yeah, we've noticed a pretty significant decrease in donations over the last 2 years. So 2 years ago we had, our donations were halved, and then last year again we're down significantly. So that's a lot of uncertainty for people in the current economic climate, and we're certainly leaving no stone unturned in terms of how to boost that. But it's a trend that seems to be continuing, unfortunately.
Just a follow-up question quickly. Is it continuity of funding that would assist, knowing that you have funding, several years on?
Yes, thank you for that question. That kind of ongoing funding that we can rely on and forecast out in the future is really important to our stability. We've been making that argument with the Department of Conservation, for example, in terms of the funding that they have provided to us has been fairly inconsistent throughout the last few years, including we haven't received any this financial year. So if we can have that stable grounding, then it gives us this time and space to go out and create new programs that may offer revenue generation, for example, or to secure long-term corporate sponsors.
And I might just finish by saying there's a few new trustees and myself as the chair, and we're not running rudderless. We've spent a lot of time doing strategic planning, and we now have a new vision and a new strategy document that takes us out over 5 years. So we're very clear about where we want to take the Wildlife Hospital, and when we are pitching for funding, we take that document and those ideas with us. So we're really proud of that work, and hopefully we'll get to present some of that to this council next time we see you. But in the meantime, we would love to extend an invitation to any of you to come down to see the hospital. I think seeing it is where it truly comes to life. It's a very, very special place, and there's some amazing people doing work on behalf of the city and region down there.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Thank you for your work that aligns so well with the wildlife capital of New Zealand. The financial planning you're doing, what level of expectation do you have of the city's continuing involvement in that cash flow?
Look, bearing in mind we know that everybody's under financial duress, including councils and businesses, we would love to just see a sustained level of the current funding over a course of years. As Jordana said, we are working very hard with DOC to try and secure some ongoing funding there, but also looking towards bequest programs, sponsorships, just a broader lens on our fundraising efforts. But, surety is the answer for us, knowing that we can have consecutive years of funding.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you.
40 seconds left.
What sort of impact do you think the film, the documentary series has had, and the flow on from that for possibly for, some funding, like i.e. international funding maybe?
So for those of you who don't know, there was a documentary series that was filmed at the hospital several years ago. I think it's hard to know exactly because sometimes these things take time. I can say that last year the series was picked up by Sky Nature in the United Kingdom, and I knew exactly when it aired because I could see the donations come through just after it would air in the UK. So that does have a small effect. But that program did introduce, for example, one couple, a Christchurch couple that made a fairly substantial donation 2 years ago, and they were introduced to us by that program. So that kind of exposure does have, huge potential benefits. So anything that raises our profile, especially nationally and internationally, is really important to us. So we look for those opportunities, absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your submission. That's great. So next we have Ms. Gemma Adams and friends. Okay, so the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, kia ora councillors. I am Gemma Adams. I'm the president of the Dunedin Repertory Society, who owns the Playhouse Theatre. With me is Helen Scott, who's chairing our project team, Laurie Forbes, who owns the Athenaeum building across the road, and Jeff Patton, who is chair of the Mayfair Theatre Charitable Trust. To quickly recap where the city's up to, Ōtepoti Dunedin has a widely acknowledged shortage of performing arts venues, and in its long-term plan, Council earmarked $17.1 million to address this, with the actual projects or venues to be funded yet to be decided. Our organisations own 3 key venues, the Playhouse, the Athenaeum and the Mayfair Theatre. We know they're of considerable importance to the city, and we think that as a package and if refurbished in the right way, that they can meet the city's venue needs. But right now they're on borrowed time. We can't afford to do them up ourselves, and we don't appear to be able to attract other funders until Council is also on board. So we really want to work with you to see what we could collectively achieve. We first floated the idea of a network refurbishment with the community a year ago, and we've spent the past year developing the thinking and engaging widely with the performing arts community. That's laid out in this report, and we encourage you to engage with the detail of that. We're suggesting at this stage a memorandum of understanding between our organisations and some funding of around $100,000 to cover costed concept designs that will allow everybody to see what's possible and what it might cost. Those are the headline messages. And so with 3 minutes 20 remaining, we'll dig into the detail a little bit more. The venue discussion has previously focused on professional theatre. That remains really important, and we've worked hard to incorporate what professional practitioners have told us they need into our initial concept designs. But our solution also embraces community and recreational performing arts, which accounts for the participation and attendance among thousands of local citizens each year. Things like the Playhouse Children's Theatre, musicals, gang shows, amateur plays, high school productions, dance school recitals, and so on are a huge part of many people's lives, particularly children and young people, and they rely on our venues, as well as some others in town like the Globe and Coronation Hall. We think a network approach with a mix of venues in different parts of town offers the best bang for buck in terms of serving the broadest range and the biggest number of people in the city. We've done a lot of engagement over the past year. We've held about 40 meetings and a constructive group workshop. We've also continued to meet with council staff, which has assisted us to bring about this report. People have been incredibly generous with their time and insights. The 40-odd pages of verbatim feedback attached to our report lays that out as transparently as possible. That will give you an authentic sense of the strong support for the idea and the areas where people want to continue discussions.
So the one thing that is absolutely clear is that everybody in the city's performing arts venues community believe that this discussion needs to move forward. It's been 5 years today since the Fortune Theatre closed. Audiences in our economy are missing out as touring organisations bypass Dunedin. Our local practitioners struggle to stage bigger and more popular works without a suitable venue, and our venues continue to deteriorate, in part because we lack certainty about what the city's bigger picture will look like. And that brings us to the next point, time sensitivity for us. Our buildings will not be here for our discussion in another 10 years' time. This is the most likely the last shot for full refurbishment, at least for the Playhouse and the Mayfair. And the sooner that we have certainty about whether that's indeed possible, it's better for everyone. So what next? We've taken things as far as we can on our own because the project as a whole would rely on the cornerstone investment from Council. It makes sense that there needs to be a partnership at this stage to test the feasibility. We appreciate that this is a huge project, and to be clear, we are not asking for any capital commitments at this stage. Everyone needs a much clearer idea of what's exactly possible, how much it would cost, and what the mix of funding sources would be. We're proposing at this stage that we agree to a memorandum of understanding that the Council allocates some resource so that we can start work on those questions together. There's a real opportunity for a uniquely Dunedin approach to this problem. This proposal offers a great way forward. It meets the city's brief for venues, it preserves 3 heritage buildings, it enables impactful community activity that we already house to continue, and it would be a collaborative partnership with community organisations and other funders. And we look forward to your consideration and partnering with you.
Thank you. Now, questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you so much for your mahi, particularly over the past year. My question is around the Playhouse, and it's a specific detail in the conversations about heritage listing. How is that progressing?
We had original heritage advice that indicated that it would qualify for heritage or for listing with Heritage New Zealand. We very helpfully received funding last year from the Heritage Fund for a conservation plan, and that work's wrapping up in the next fortnight. So once we have the results of that, the committee will consider whether heritage protections would be appropriate and worth pursuing.
And if it was deemed appropriate and worth pursuing, how long would that process take, do you believe?
I'm actually not sure of the Heritage New Zealand on that, but yeah, presumably not too long.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. I've had feedback from quite a few professional theatre practitioners that are a bit concerned around access to, the Playhouse Theatre and the Mayfair. While they're lovely buildings, certainly the Mayfair, how do you resolve that?
Accessibility is one of the principles we set ourselves for refurbishment, and the reality is they won't get funding either presumably from council but from anybody else if they remain inaccessible as they currently are. So the concept sketches in here for the Playhouse have an initial idea about a side access, adding a lift and adding further accessible entrance at the front. So it's absolutely on our list, but we think that can be achieved in the plans.
One of the reasons the fortune, I hate the word failed, but didn't work out is that it was difficult for upkeep of, regular payments. How do you propose that could be resolved in these, in this submission, in your 3 venues? Because obviously if there's theatre groups that go into these venues, how are you going to ensure they can sustain those payments?
Do you mean higher payments as a higher venue, or payments for the capital cost? That would ultimately depend on the funding model, so without knowing what the detail of that would look like, it's hard to comment. But I think that's one of the things that we'd like to explore under a memorandum of understanding. There's a balance too between how the capital cost is funded and then how you fund a theatre to run over time. So at the moment, we're managing hires off a volunteer base, certainly at the Playhouse. That's not sustainable either, but one of the advantages of doing things in a network is that there'll be some economies of scale and some efficiencies with having shared management, so having one person that can manage all the bookings, those kind of things.
Great, thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for this document and for coming in. A couple of questions. So I think Helen suggested that all you're really after today is an MOU with, I think your words were, resource. So I'm clear, because we're doing our finances, the resource is 100k.
We think that's the cost of concept designs, yes.
And second question, again, relates to money, as it will for much of this process. The overall cost from the estimates is 38 million there or thereabouts. Probably for you, Laurie, we're in an extremely tight fiscal time at the moment. Is that 38 really a true number at the moment?
That's a difficult question because it's constantly moving, but I think it's it all depends on how it's structured. I mean, if you set a target, then I think it's probably the best way is by trying to achieve it within the 38. Yes.
And as a trust, would you get into a situation where you start triaging? So in terms of the money, you'd have to knock one off, and if you did, what would it be?
Well, the first one and the simplest would obviously be knock the Playhouse off. It's the smallest, and also you get the runs on the...
To do it first.
Yeah.
Knock it off.
Yeah, not knock it off, but yeah. The project.
Righto.
Could we just clarify the question?
Yeah. There's one you wouldn't... Sorry, not destroy.
Thank you. Councillor Van der Vis.
So one just...
You've already had 3. Let's move on. Councillor Van der Vis.
In your executive summary, you say that after refurbishment, the 3 venues would collaborate and share resources. You've mentioned share management. Is there any other resources that you're looking at sharing?
Yeah, we talked a lot about this with the performing arts community. So a shared management model could be as big or as small as you like. So what you shared, it could be as little as a booking manager and some lighting tech, or it could be as big as artistic direction or ticketing or those kind of resources. I mean, we hold collectively between us set and costumes and props and things like that that we're happy to share, and we already do that to some extent. So some of those hard resources you can also share.
Thank you. That is our 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your submission and also the documentation that accompanies it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ready? We'll just let them leave. Yep. Wow, we're going to pick up an early cup of tea. So, thank you. I've just let them excuse. So at this stage, we'll adjourn until 10:30. I think. Seconded. Thank you. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Carried. Yes, and so if we have a couple of comments in preparation from the Chief, we'll be ready to go at 10:40. And we'll just have a slight change of the first presenter. We'll have Fraser Thompson, but the Chief's got a couple of words to discuss.
Good morning, councillors. Just a reminder to those of you who have done this before, and just some information for those who may be their first annual plan hearings. You're hearing from submitters today the 60 or so folk who have asked to come and speak to you in person. But those submissions it's great to hear from your public directly. Don't forget, however, that there's another 300 or so other submissions where people, for whatever reason, have just chosen to address you in writing. So that all submissions have an equal weight. So I'm just making sure that you cover off the written submissions as well. Many of the submitters will be asking for funding or resourcing or something from council. Staff, when it comes to deliberations, will have provided comment for you to consider at the time of deliberations about various of these requests. So that it may be that, for example, someone's asking for something that has already been accounted for in a council budget, or asking for something where staff have a view about the ask, and there'll be staff advice to you in advance of deliberation. So just bear that in mind as you're considering the submissions. So yeah.
Thank you. And on that note, speaking of things that we might lose, Fraser, Mr. Fraser Thompson, can you come to the chair, please? I believe you're going to talk to us about Dunedin live music. Yeah. Thank you. You have 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Hello. So the reason why I'm making this submission is to ensure the protection of live music is prioritised by the council going forward. I moved here as a student in 2012, and over the last 10 years I've been to 300 local gigs, and I know that because I obsessively take photos and videos of them for a website and social media accounts and things. When I first started doing this, I heard people lamenting the lack of venues, and it's a shame to hear the same complaints today because the situation hasn't really improved, and in many ways it's gotten worse. We lost Dog with Two Tails, Starters, D's, among others in the last 5 or so years, not to mention DIY spaces like the Attic and Nun Gallery. Some of these closed due to economic reasons, but I still don't think that necessarily absolves the council from responsibility if there's something that could have been done to support and protect them from a market that didn't work for them. Aside from the general issues with venues being unable to exist, I'm particularly concerned with the threat towards the Crown Hotel due to planned developments in the area. For people who grew up in the 70s and 80s, you had access to dozens of small venues, and I get the impression that the Crown Hotel was considered kind of edgy and mostly served punk and metal, but today the function of all of those spaces, you remember, is served by fewer spaces. So the Crown Hotel hosts every type of music, including the all-important punk and metal. It's absolutely crucial to the local music community and supports everything from international touring acts to local acts playing their first gigs. Of the 300 gigs I went to, 75 were at the Crown Hotel. So that sort of shows how important it is. I understand the role of council is to encourage, well, one of the roles of council is to encourage development, but this shouldn't be at the expense of community and culture. And if someone wants to stick apartments next to a venue which has been making noise for decades, then it should be their responsibility to minimise disruption, not the other way around. There's a sentiment I've seen expressed, which I hope nobody in the room shares, but I want to address it anyway, which is that these small venues we're trying to protect aren't valuable because they only serve a niche underground community. Artists who go on to achieve widespread success can't exist without venues like the Crown. They have to start somewhere. With a few exceptions, every big artist today once played a gig to 10 people in a bar. Which isn't to say the purpose of these venues is just to incubate the next big thing. Maybe the artist playing to 10 people in the bar doesn't end up playing stadiums, but maybe one of those 10 audience members is inspired to make music themselves. And that's pretty much how a rich and vibrant culture and community develops. And we have one. We have a rich and vibrant culture. Overseas and locally, we're known for punching above our weight in terms of quality and diversity of music. And the council uses this fact to market the city. For me, who moved here to study, it's a big reason why I stayed. And I'm sure I'm not the only one, but without protecting venues, its existence is threatened.
Thank you. Are you happy to take questions?
Yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Fraser, for coming in. A couple of questions. You'll obviously be aware of the Save Dunedin Live Venues Group and Dave Bennett. Presume you've been keeping in touch with them, or not? You have to pressure back.
Yeah, I've been sort of supporting them, but I've been to their events and things, but I'm not like part of that group formally. Yeah.
And second question, recently we've had the opening of Yours and Moons. Do you think potentially they're also could come under the threat of noise issues, considering the location, particularly Yours?
Yeah, I've been to a few noisy gigs at Yours, and they didn't seem to have any problems. But yeah, given the location, yeah, it definitely could be. Yeah. And the new one on Princess Street? I haven't been there, but yeah, there's residential stuff around there, isn't there? So, yeah.
Good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Fraser, for coming. You mentioned protection against noise and plan for undertaking new developments. That was going to be under a variation of the district plan. Would you be interested in basically getting a commitment from the council that there will be work to be done on district plan variations around noise ordinance?
Yeah, that would be a really good assurance. Yeah, and because I don't really have any specific ideas on this. Save Dunedin Live Music are the ones who have so yeah, whatever they suggested, it would be nice to see something like that. Yeah.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with what you've said in relation to any successful musician, entertainer's got to start somewhere, and it's normally in a small environment. And Dunedin is certainly a city that has had a lot of that over the decades, but now we don't. All those opportunities that people have had in the past have come from private enterprise, you might say. So my question to you is, how can the council help in this regard when the council is not a publican, so to speak?
Yeah, I guess because one of the with the ones who've closed recently, maybe just sort of smoothing out the bumps in business, or maybe, helping to promote, maybe. Yeah, I don't really know. Save Dunedin Live Music are the ones that have a more robust plan than this sort of thing. Yeah.
Great. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Do you think something like an incentive scheme for, cafes or bars to encourage them to have musicians playing in their venues would be useful?
I'm wondering if cafes and bars. It seems like most cafes and bars already have musicians playing, because it brings in people. So yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah.
So that's a good question you've just raised there. Is do you think there's that our city is vibrant with musicians and that playing in restaurants and cafes? Do you think that's quite a lively scene, or have you seen that sort of diminish a bit?
Well, I guess it's with the loss of places like Dog with Two Tails that really put an emphasis on almost every day they had like live music, and they had all sorts of levels of music, and they had open mic stuff, and they had all sorts of things. Yeah, I guess having like a music focused cafe is the thing that we really need, rather than just cafes that, although it's obviously important, cafes that just have music playing every now and then. Yeah.
I think, I could be wrong with this, but that they'd tried to sell that and couldn't sell it. Is that one of the problems with that? That obviously the ideal, well, what would you think would be the ideal thing that if they had sold it, obviously that...
Yeah, so, yeah, I guess if maybe there was some support from the council, whoever bought it would feel more comfortable buying it, maybe. Or maybe they couldn't sell it because it seemed too risky or something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appear to have exhausted questions. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
And we now have Jen Rogers. and for the Valley project, and a friend. Yes. I'm sure you'll introduce. The next 5 minutes are all yours when you're ready to go.
Kia ora, Your Worship and Councillors. My name's James Sutherland. I'm the chair of the Executive Board of the Valley Project, and Jen is the manager at the Valley Project. Essentially, our submission is just about to celebrate how great you guys are, and to thank you for funding us through place-based funding, which essentially helps us employ 3.75 FTEs, which include one Valley Voice editor, which we deliver 3,600 newsletters each month, which has a monthly read of over 10,000, which is huge, and that's all free of charge. Part of that as well, we also hire a community development coordinator who's part of building relationships inside the community, business connections, the school connections, and also social inclusion, which is through the likes of the Dowmore Community Gardens and the North East Valley Community Gardens. And also we employ one manager who leads the social drive of the team. Essentially, COVID has been pretty hard for us as well. We are going to be running a deficit this year, but it seems to be the face of what charities are currently facing in the financial situation at the moment. However, with the DCC money, we've been able to implement new initiatives throughout the year. We've just recently announced our Good Sort, All Sort Award, which is celebrating the best of us. One thing coming out of COVID, we wanted to try and change the narrative inside the community from being all dull and grey to something positive, and it's sort of had quite a bit of success there. We're continuing with our Kai Share, hampers that go out to 30 families a week, and thousands of food is diverted from the waste as a result of that. We also have introduced our Kai pantries. The North East Valley one's been very successful, and we recently put one into Pine Hill, which has been blowing us away with how much success it's been. Part of that, we also have our umbrella groups, which has been enabled as a result of the place-based funding, which is the Otago Military Historic Group, the Great Kiwi Poster Competition, which is just open for entry, so please get involved. We also continue to have the North East Valley Community Gardens under us and the Dowmore Community Gardens. Recently, we've also extended to the Valley Baptist Community Trust in the form of an MOU to strengthen our community connections. Valley Kai continues to be a food resilience program that we're currently rolling out to residents. As many of you probably already know, the cost of living crisis is making food pretty expensive, and it is hitting some of our most vulnerable families in the valley. We've just recently taken over our community rooms, which are now all underneath us rather than being split over to the school. And a wee bit of that funding, not much, has been able to partially subsidise bringing in a receptionist, which has been hugely helpful for us. Without the support of you guys, essentially what we do would not occur. You guys give us a bit of security through the money that you give, especially with the likes of Spring Clean, which is a huge success. We've been running that for about 5 years. And also the indirect support for our Creek Fest has been significant for social inclusion and celebrating our great natural environment. Essentially, we want to see our relationship with the DCC continue to go from strength to strength. You guys do an awesome job in supporting community place-based groups, and essentially it creates a positive environment of social inclusion and a chance for people to get out in their communities. Feel free at any time to pop in and see what we do, and I'll extend it over to Jen to, if you want to, or yeah.
That was a fantastic summary. I just also wanted to add one extra thing that we've been doing, that we've been able to do with the funding is bring on a short-term coordinator to do community harvest. So that's in conjunction with our food network. You might have seen that in the newspapers. So we've rescued over a tonne of fruit. Yesterday we did a big apple pressing and we had about 200 litres of juice that we pressed. So people have been offering up their trees, and we've had volunteers and they connect with the trees, and so we've been able to give it out to the community, put it in the food pantries and things like that as well. So all kind of really exciting stuff. We did also send out a PowerPoint when we put in our submissions, so I can see Councillor Walker's got that up there, and other people, you can have a look at that as well. We didn't bring a copy with it today, so that's just some of the photos of some of the things that we have been doing over the last year as well. So yeah, just wanted to reiterate, it's been amazing to get get the place-based funding and to get it the last iteration for 3 years. So that was really great to give us some stability. So we'd really encourage you to keep doing that. Out of time.
That's 7 seconds, but look, well done. Thank you very much. And we have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your presentation and your extraordinary mahi. I'm interested to know what your sense in your community is of the main issues. You mentioned food, but I wonder if you could speak to that and the major issues now.
I can answer. Yes, definitely food is one of the things. We've also, the Valley Project started out about 20 years ago, and one of the big things that is still an issue in North East Valley is the state of the housing and cold, damp houses. So that's still an issue for some people, especially the ones that live on the Lindsay Creek side of the valley. We are not doing so much in that space now. There's some other groups that have kind of picked that up, cozy homes and things like that. But there's still a lot of people who come and sort of talk to us and get, we're able to kind of, divert them to other services and things. So that's a really big one. I guess congestion, we've had the Zero Carbon team come and talk to us and kind of garner ideas about how do people get to school, how do people get to work, and there's a lot of congestion, especially on school days. So that's kind of, one of the things is kind of like, how do people get around the city? It seems so close to the city, but there's still some of those issues, especially for parents who are in a rush to get places.
Probably the biggest thing, but it's probably not related to this council, is the regularity of bus services. Is probably the biggest thing. A lot of the North East Valley is quite low socioeconomic, so a lot of people, not all of them have cars, so they do rely on those bus services to get in and out of the city, and that is huge.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. My question is around, you mentioned before about 30, I think it was 30 family packs going out, or hampers going out, and that you also had a glut from time to time within the community. Do you deal with Kiwi Harvest, or do you deal directly? Perfect.
Okay. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua, thank you so much. I'm just looking at your vision, which you have both in English and te reo, and so I'm just asking what representation do you have from tangata whenua, whānau and tamariki on your board or in your program?
I may not look it, but I'm Kai Tahu. Kia ora. We are re-establishing our relationships with Puketaraki. COVID sort of, as everything, you become disconnected, so it's merging back together. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Jen and James. 2 questions. The last 10-year plan saw a significant uplift in the money going to place-based groups. Are you fairly comfortable with where that currently sits?
The level of funding?
Yep.
Yeah. Do you want to answer?
At the moment, yes, but if current inflationary pressures continue, you will need more to survive, because it is putting pressure on funding applications.
Thank you. Inflation pressures will continue. Second question is there anything, you talked about the positive relationship you have with council, is there anything within that relationship currently that we could do better?
Maybe just visiting. That's probably all. You guys do an awesome job already, so yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. We've exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your submission. And it's great to have the pictorial version as well. And so, next, we got enough? Do we have sufficient for the bus user support group? Okay, so next we have the bus user support group. We have Liz Angela. And the possibility exists that Peter Dowden may join us.
Yes, I think the bus must be late.
Yes. Well, given the state of timeliness these days, it's you might not see him. Anyway, please.
I didn't actually come prepared to talk to the submission, but I'll just talk about the aspect of the idea of having a coordinator between the ORC and the DCC. I'm a long time user of buses and advocate. When the candidates went along to the pre-election meetings, there was a lot of enthusiasm for public transport, and I don't see any changes really. And as a user, I can see the problem really is that ORC and the DCC don't work together. In the proposal to have a coordinator, it's someone who will deal not just with the two councils, but will deal with the bus companies, the passengers, the drivers, anyone who's involved with buses. So it's the go-to person, because at the moment, if a bus doesn't come, or in many cases now they're coming early, whoever heard of missing a bus because it came too early? But it's happened to me 3 times. It's not working, it's not gelling, and they're unreliable. So people stop using them. And I walked down the hill today, even though I need a walking stick, because you're just never sure that the bus is going to be there. I think if you have a coordinator who's jointly funded by the two councils, you've got more chance of actually getting something that works. You need a go-to person, because when I ring up to complain that something hasn't happened, you never know how far down the chain it's gone. If it's gone to the bus company, if it's stayed with the person who answered the phone, if it's gone to the council, you never know. And this coordinator would actually not just leave it with, oh yes, there's a problem. He will actually see it through to say, have any changes been made? Has the system been improved? And if one person can be in touch with the other person, that coordinator follows up and says, what happened? So people are accountable, both the staff and the council and the councillors. So that was my idea, to actually try and really, you're all very keen for it to work, I know that, I sense that from the meetings, but it's how to. And I think if you jointly fund a coordinator, you've got more chance of it succeeding. I'll put in a little word for City Rise. Have I got time? I've gone past, have I?
Yeah, you've still got 2.5 minutes.
Just end by saying, whatever they've got in North East Valley, I'd like in City Rise.
Very good. Are you aware, just a little question in the interim, are you aware that the DCC and the ORC are now having regular meetings on public transport?
I don't think whatever is happening is working.
Oh,
From a bus user's perspective.
It certainly hasn't produced any instantaneous changes.
Well, I've been in Dunedin using buses for 12 years, and I actually think it's deteriorated.
Okay, Mayor Raddick, I'm in rush as usual. I've been in Dunedin for 20 years using buses.
I'll push the button. Yep.
Okay, so I've been in Dunedin for 20 years using buses, and I don't run a car, so I rely solely on buses, and if I'm desperate to get a taxi. I emailed Peter. I was expecting Peter to be giving the submission, and I'm amazed to find he's not here. So I asked if I could speak. So I wanted to speak in support of the submission. I totally support the idea of the coordinator, and the continual thing with the Busco's submissions is please carry out your plan. Plans are great, but they're not implemented. So input from users on how to implement them. And the bus coordinator idea is a really brilliant idea because there's always that gap between the two agencies. And one thing I know about politics, if you get a committee to just fix something out, they've all got to go and decide. If you get one person with delegated authority who can fix it on the spot, things happen. The only other thing that I want to add to this submission, and I'm sure the group will agree with this, I hope the group will agree with this, is that the term bus driver needs to be abolished because these people are customer service interfaces for public transport. There needs to be a career path and there needs to be training. And some of the training needs to be like the knowledge in London, the knowledge of the roads, so the bus driver actually understands the city and how the routes work and how the whole system works. And they can give good advice to passengers because often I hear bus drivers, they don't know that somebody's asking, where does this bus go? And the bus driver doesn't know or gives the wrong information. And the other thing is, you probably know that bus drivers are being assaulted because they're on the interface where people are frustrated. There's really good. I mean, I come from a mental health consumer background, and I know there's lots of work on de-escalation. There's a great guy in the States who was an English professor. He became a frontline cop, and he worked out verbal judo, how to de-escalate. So there needs to be a career path for sort of bright young people to look at this, not just having a passenger licence, but actually seeing the whole thing because public transport is just absolutely so vital. The previous speaker saying about North East Valley, it's not just low socioeconomic people who are going to be using buses. I mean, I've always been an ethical public transport user, and there's more people doing that too. So it's a leading edge thing. Sorry, thank you for the time.
Thank you. Now,
I just apologise for Peter.
You have to push the button.
I just say that Peter puts, here he is, no, he's not here. No. It would be a very good reason that he's not here because he's a really strong advocate. He's done a wonderful job.
We've heard from Peter before and we do appreciate his advocacy. Are there any questions at this point? No? Councillor Lucas.
Have you put the same submission into the Regional Council?
Not at this point, but it will be there.
Wonderful. So we have exhausted our questions, but thank you very much for your submission. Too late. So, I'm sorry. We're moving right along. Catherine Bowden from the Tramways Union is not here at this point. Really? Instead of okay, that's a very good compromise. Mr. Peter Dowden for the Dunedin Tramways Union in lieu of Catherine Bowden with a B as opposed to D.
There must be a glitch there because I understand she's not a member of the Tramways Union, but she is a bus driver.
Right.
But, yeah, anyway, never mind. Moving right along.
Yes, take it away. That'd be great. Thank you.
That's quite correct, yes.
So we'll just restart the clock and
apologies to my previous co-submitters.
Right. How are we going with the clock?
I was late trying to get change for a Dunedin City Council parking meter. I should have come by bus. So, look, I don't really have much to add to my submission, but I'd be really glad to answer some questions.
Right, well, that's very concise. That's certainly worth a prize for the
I think it's much more productive to answer questions, quite frankly. You could always ask me one or two more than you otherwise would have.
That's right. So, do we have any questions? I think perhaps, so Councillor Lucas?
I have the same question as I had previously. Have you put the same submission into the Regional Council?
Can you push the button for your microphone?
Oh, it's gone off again. Well, at the moment, there isn't a directly parallel consultation applicable just at the moment for the Regional Council pertaining to the construction of bus public transport infrastructure. So, in fact, there isn't anything to do with the upgrading of Dunedin bus stops at the time of roadworks that the Regional Council would have in their jurisdiction. So there's no exactly parallel submission. Both the previous submission and this one are mostly aimed at the provision of infrastructure relating to bus stops.
Or also bus routes. I mean, obviously it's the regional council that determine the bus routes.
That's quite correct. Thing keeps turning off. It's true, but that's not really directly related to this issue. But yeah, I take your point, and we are in regular contact with the regional council.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley?
So, big chunk of your submissions about bus stops, and I forwarded the email that you sent to me like a week or so ago.
That's also, I'm beginning to understand that you need to turn this on each time, like
Yes.
like the one that the fireman used here. Yeah, and also that joint submission, joint statement is actually appended to our submission as well.
And so,
Do it.
it probably is. So, given that the annual plan is mostly exceptions only, it's the LTP, which is where the next big budget steps are in. So I forwarded that on to staff saying, keep everybody informed. I assume you will want to be informed as we get into the LTP, because it will be a chunk of money, and it has to be allocated, otherwise it won't be there to be allocated. But for the purpose of the audience, you would be able to say that all three unions wrote that email statement.
Yeah, that's quite correct. That was a statement widely representative of bus drivers in this town, yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Barker?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question is around the submission asks for funding and resources for continuing improvement for bus stops. And I just wondered, obviously we're talking about budget, but we're also talking about resources. Is there any plan at the moment about how the bus stops themselves are prioritised for work?
I think that I understand that the regional council and the city council jointly have developed a process for prioritising bus stops. So ideally, you know, if there was like a really bad bus stop, you do that first, and then if there's a bus stop with a little bit needed fixing, you do that last, and that makes sense. And I think we would support that. But in particular, in fact, our union has only ever asked not that you send out a special crew to go and fix bus stops. We've actually deliberately asked not that you do that. We've asked that at the time of a major roadworks that happens to include a bus stop, that you would put the bus stop back better than what it was before the roadworks started. Now, in Fairyland or somewhere, that shouldn't cost anything. Now, but in reality, I would imagine there is actually a small cost attached to that, because you would still have to review the design of the bus stop. But that's the best time to do it. Now, to give a really good analogy, Mosgiel Pool is going to have a lot better accessibility and be better in a number of ways. When you've demolished the Mosgiel Pool and built a new one, you didn't build it exactly like the old one, and that's all we ask for bus stops. If you demolish a bus stop to build a new one, effectively, which is what you do when the road is upgraded, we expect the new one to go back better than the old one.
So just following on from that, is there a process of consultation between the Tramways Union and whoever's making these decisions? Do you have a clear ability to consult and give feedback?
We don't feel that we have a direct close communication with the roading department of the city council. They ask us always to communicate with them via the regional council, and you know, that's a process that we're willing to work with, but it seems to it doesn't it's not conducive of rapid getting things fixed, really. So it does tend to slow down the process. But you know, maybe we're obliged by some sort of law of how councils work to go that way.
Councillor Walker? Yes. All right, Councillor Hulan?
Thank you. Would it be useful if you had a coordinator who you could speak to that directly went to with your questions or concerns to ORC and DCC?
I think the previous submitter did actually suggest that, and that was particularly my colleague Liz's suggestion, the idea of a jointly salaried manager who is directly responsible for all public transport infrastructure. I think is an absolutely gold-plated idea. It's perfect. Yeah.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Peter. Am I right in saying that one of the issues has been that when those bus stops have to be realigned or redone, things like lead-in lanes and other lead-in spaces and other such things require removal of parking and other such things, that then you end up with a consultation step. So in that regard, because I think the answer to that is yes, how do you want to be involved with the development of those consultations? Like, where do you see the unions and the bus drivers sitting in?
I actually don't see that we need to be involved. I think from the bus driver's point of view, either a bus can be driven into a bus stop, a person let on and off the bus safely and the bus driven out again, or it can't. So it's just a 1 or 0 situation for the unions. We don't need to be consulted on whether or not you can get a bus stop is any good, because I think any roading engineer can tell that straight away. I believe the City Council already knows where its bad bus stops are without any input from bus drivers. So it would be nice to feel included, but in fact it shouldn't really be necessary. And and in terms of the competition between bus stops and other types of parking for road space, and we have to accept that, you know, we're standing in line along with everybody else. I think a really good way to answer that is Dunedin actually has enough curb length of bus stop put together, but in fact there are too many little bus stops, and we would be happy with fewer large ones. So a really good example, if you go to the Gardens corner, there's bus stops, 2 bus stops alongside the cricket ground that are just about touching. There's something like 7 car parks between the 2, and that's really unnecessary. And so if you made a more accessible and safe bus stop there, and the local merchants and retailers said, oh, but that will use up car parks, you could actually say, well, we'll get rid of that one over there and we'll make this one bigger, and then I think everyone's happy.
So you do have design ideas. So I guess my feeling is it is we have a requirement when we change parkings to go to public consultation, and therefore would you acknowledge that maybe it's not quite as simple as when you redo the road, put in some yellow lines and we'll have better bus stops, or change that bus stop, because you do acknowledge that there's a consultation component that we are legally obliged to go through, and I'm wondering if that's where the hookup is occurring.
I think that's where the work needs to be done, but I would put it to the council that if you were doing, you know, say a sort of $500,000 or $2 million upgrade of a kilometre of road with new curb and channelling and new this and new that, you're probably actually looking at the design anyway, and so that to me is the time to do it. Now, as I've tried to explain, the bus drivers don't want you to set up a sort of flying squad of bus stop repairs and go out and fix bus stops. We actually think that would be a burden on the ratepayer, but because Dunedin has, I think, about 1,200 bus stops, it would take, if you did one a week, I worked out that it would take 20 years to get around them all. But what a happy coincidence. 20 years is, generally speaking, about as often as the Dunedin City Council rebuilds a road. And so I'd much rather see bus stops improved as part of normal general road upgrades than to have a flying squad. And it would be cheaper for the ratepayer. We don't want to declare war on ratepayers any more than we want to declare war on motorists or retailers who like having parking outside their shops. I think that bus drivers are willing to stand in line along with everyone else for a fair sort of squeeze of the sauce bottle on to do with curbside bus stops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dowden. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors.
Thank you. Next, we have the museum, Mr. Griffin and Mr. Hutchinson.
Tēnā koe, Your Worship, tēnā koutou katoa, ko David Hutchinson, tāku ingoa. I'm the chair of the board of the Otago Museum, and Ian Griffin, the director of the museum, I'm sure is well known to all of you. I'll take our submission as read, and you've also had some slides that we prepared, but I think we'll just take those as read as well. And in the few minutes that we have, I want to highlight that in the plan at present we have a 2% increase in our levy. A levy is about half of the total funding that the museum receives, the other half coming from our business units. We're looking for something that is closer to the current rate of inflation, around 7%. Otherwise, just to put it into context, the increases in our salary bill based on the increases in minimum wage are about 2 to 3 times the actual increase that we'll see in the levy this year, based on 2%. So it's a little bit of a cry for help at a time when we're struggling. We understand that everyone is struggling. The other thing I'd really like to point out is that we're working very hard to ultimately aim to get support for the museum at a national level. We really feel that we hold a collection of national and international significance, that it is to a certain extent an unfair burden for the Dunedin ratepayer to be tasked with the preservation of that. But at the moment, that's the situation we find ourselves in, and we'd like to ask that you don't sort of cut us off at the knees, which effectively we will be looking at staffing losses if we end up down this route where we don't have something approaching that 7% within the annual plan this year. So to put that in context, as I say, half of our money we generate through our business units, and so if we're making cuts, then it's going to be very difficult to make cuts in that region where we already generate income. And so the one area that we don't generate direct income is in care of the collection. And so none of us want to see a reduction in the curatorial staff at the museum, but what we've seen under Ian since his directorship has been an appropriate build-up of that curatorial staff to a level where the collection is now cared for in a proper manner. We're already in a situation where we've lost one of our conservators, and we are in a position where we cannot, at the moment, replace that person. And so that is, we're starting to go backwards on the collection care. I'd like to point to some of the submissions that we've received, or that you've received on our behalf, and I'm particularly grateful to the submissions from Mana Whenua. We are looking after Tauka on behalf of Mana Whenua here, and this is an absolutely imperative thing for us, that we don't end up going backwards on that collection care. And I think I'll hand over to Ian to maybe talk a little bit more about what you get for the dollar that you spend on the Otago Museum as well. So Ian.
Thank you. I won't have much more to say because I think my chairman has said summarised the situation pretty concisely. With regard to the conservator, one of our conservators got hired by the Victoria and Albert Museum, and she left, and we're choosing not to replace her until we know what the budget situation is next year, because obviously any staff attrition helps us if we don't get the budget that we need for next year. So it's not a deliberate decision to cut back on conservation. It's just that the safest thing for us to do financially at the moment is to wait to hear where we end up in this budget round. Just to reiterate what David said, and I'd like to draw your attention, we did circulate with our submission the Independent Economic and Social Impact paper done by Martin Jenkins, and I think all of us forget the economic impact of the cultural sector has on the city. That study was done by Martin Jenkins. It was completely hands-off. We said, go away and use the models that you would use in any situation to calculate what the impact of our museum is. They came back with a figure of $25.3 million a year in terms of GDP impact on the Otago region. That's just for one museum. So I think for every dollar we get of public money, we're showing a return of $5.90 to the local economy, and we think that's pretty good. Anyway, I have nothing more to say other than say we do appreciate, wherever we end up with this, the funding we do get from the ratepayers of Dunedin, which is critical to the operation of our museum, and we do thank you for your support. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, and I'm interested to be able to confirm the figures you've just mentioned, because 25 million is really a substantial benefit to the city, a cost-benefit analysis, and receiving 4 million from us gives that figure of 5, as you say. I'm concerned that the largest, I'm just curious about the largest drop in your income is from that which is self-generated, and I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, well, it's the perfect storm for us. COVID, our business model relies on us generating 50% of our income from visitors and from the tourist dollar. And obviously COVID, 2020, our numbers went down. We were down to about 150,000 people through the door. Last year it was just over 220. This year it looks like we may well get back to 300,000, which shows that things are getting better. But the fact of the matter is the staff salaries aren't going down. We do pay the living wage. We made that decision a year ago. We're very proud that we do that. I think it's the right thing to do. But we can only do so much, and we can only get so much blood out of a particular stone. And if you do come to the museum, you'll see there's things going on pretty much every day. We're trying to generate income and trying to do the things that we should be doing, which is educate and inspire youngsters. But unfortunately for us, we did rely, and we do rely on the income we generate commercially. And with fewer tourists, that's why the income went down in those the last couple of years.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have 2 questions. My first one is around the other funders, which are Central Otago, Clutha, Dunedin and Waitaki District Councils. So are you approaching them through their annual plan processes to ask for more funding as well?
Yes, I spoke at the Central Otago 3 weeks ago, and they agreed to give us 7%, although they only give us $25,000 a year, so it's welcome. And I spoke last week at Waitaki, who are less keen, and I've got a meeting with the Clutha CEO and Mayor in about a week and a half's time.
So you've asked for a percentage, but I guess when we're doing the budget, we want to know what is the dollar amount. There's been various amounts in things like 250,000, etc., etc. So what's the dollar amount that you would like us to put in our budget?
Well, we're seeking an inflation increase, which is for every 1% extra we get from the city, that's $50,000 roughly. So at the moment, we're in the plan, as I understand it, we may well get 2% increase, and we're looking for an increase which is in line with the present rate of inflation. So it's about $250,000.
So the $250,000 is there the 5% that's kind of missing between the 2 and the 7?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, first question's been answered. Thank you for the previous question. So second question is something you've come here often and talked about, and I think your words are central government doesn't legitimately fund you, and that must be frustrating. So where do you sit in that process, and what's the way forward? Is there an end point?
There's currently Te Ara Pairangi Future Pathways is a review of the science system within New Zealand. Part of the science system funding is around infrastructure. So there is a fund for collections and databases of national significance. Currently we receive 0 funding through that. So that's one area that we're trying to look at is funding through that infrastructure fund, or whatever comes after it, after the review of science. So that will be through MBIE. I'm hopeful that we will at some point get support from a scientific point of view for the research of the collection, but I think we're going to struggle with the Ministry of Culture and Heritage, which only basically funds Te Papa.
Thank you. And just to help me financially, and either of you can ask this, so if you were legitimately funded by government, what would that number be? How much extra funding would you have?
I think what can legitimately be funded is the collections care, and this, to a certain extent, is a number picked out of the air. But I think if there was funding of order $1 million around the collection care element, we can ensure the collection is looked after in the appropriate way. Things like the tourism elements, then I think that's legitimate that we work within the current model. But I think we need to secure the collections care element, which of order that $1 million is what I'd be pitching and trying to secure.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. My understanding is we do have nationally significant collections at Otago Museum, is that correct?
That's absolutely correct, yes.
And I'm making the assumption that the museum has, I'm sure probably Ian has, but just checking that Mr. Griffin applied for this fund.
This isn't a fund that you can apply to. It was in the 1990s, a list was drawn up of the collections that were nationally significant, and basically that covers off primarily collections that are held by the Crown Research Institutes. So none of the metropolitan museums fit within that category at present.
Has the museum written to the minister involved requesting the funding and reasons, for it?
Yes, so the museum has written to both the ministers involved and also at an operational level within the ministries.
And what response have you got?
That it's been pointed to this review of the entire science system, and so will be part of that ongoing review process over the next few years.
Would it be useful for us to put something supportive that? I think this has come up before. We may have already done that, have we? Or is something new needed?
I don't think there's been a formal submission from the council around this. I think now is probably not the right time because that infrastructure element is not being discussed at a ministerial level at the moment. But we will certainly alert the council when that time comes.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Firstly, Mr. Griffin and your team, thank you for a job well done. The museum is a world-class product in Dunedin, and every time we go through there, it is outstanding. And so, Mr. Mayor, I know we weren't supposed to make little speeches, but I just wanted to make that note. The two quick questions. Are you concerned about anything relating to the university and where they're cutting costs?
Well, from a museum perspective, we work very closely with a number of departments at the university. Archaeology, for example, geology came out when we dug up the Moa footprints, and that was a partnership. So any cuts are always of concern, but one hopes that the university does those in such a way that they preserve the institution in the way that it is at the moment. I don't think it's my role really to criticise the university in that sense.
Very diplomatic, thank you. And then in your presentation that you shared with us as part of the submission, they talked about funding from Te Papa, Auckland Museum, Canterbury Museum and Otago Museum. And under Canterbury Museum, in 1819 it had other 16%, and in 1920 it had other 14%. What did that make up, and is that opportunity for other? We've got 3% and 5% retrospectively. Any ability to increase that?
Off the top of the head, I can't remember what the other category is, but it's definitely not. I think it might be things like donations and such like. I'm not quite sure, so can I follow that up?
Wonderful. So we appear to have exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your submission and the accompanying document. Thank you.
Kia ora.
And next we have the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra. We're running slightly ahead of time. So thank you for coming early. So, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm Megan Bartlett. I'm the chair of the Dunedin Symphony Orchestra Board, and Philippa Harris, the general manager. The DSO recognises the current difficult financial climate and the pressures on funding. However, spending decisions made now must be considered also in the context of the 10-year plan and what is wished of Dunedin of 2031. Dunedin's cultural assets are essential to the community, and like its other assets, its infrastructure requires investment this year and the next 10 years for us to be sustained. The Ministry of Culture and Heritage Long-Term Insights Briefing 2022 on the cultural sector records, the total value of the cultural sector includes the direct benefits of participation and employment, but also the amenity value of vibrancy created in communities and the intergenerational value of these assets. Dunedin's cultural sector is embedded in Dunedin's identity, and its cultural identity contributes to the vibrancy of the city, and it attracts people to Dunedin to study, to invest in its economy or to live. We believe the DSO is a valuable cultural asset of Dunedin, and its value is also measurable from its collaboration and partnerships with other important Dunedin organisations. It has a symbiotic relationship with the Otago University Music Department, who together attract via teaching and opportunities to perform high quality orchestral music, musicians who study and live in Dunedin. Its engagement with youth for talent development supports the Dunedin Youth Orchestra and the more recently established Dunedin Concerto competition, and engagement with youth is further evident in our extensive education programs. The DSO's longevity itself is evidence it is valued by the community and is a proven organisation. And it continually focuses on its relevance and its accessibility to its community as the community's demographic and needs change. The DSO's people-centred programming recognises our community's our bicultural identity, and the DSO recognises its role as a leader of social change. Its orchestral performance of the Tangaporo acknowledges this, and its introduction of the Matariki concert program was, we believe, a New Zealand first. The following feedback from audience on this concert was received. Thank you for gifting tickets so that mana whenua could attend this. It's really important we can access our own culture on display at such a level. The DSO recognises the community's demographic by its use of local musicians, soloists and composers in its performances. And the DSO has recognised the opportunities created by changing digital tools and platforms to deliver a dynamic program to a diverse audience. We ask you to further consider the detail that we have in our written submission. And today, we strongly urge and seek an annual grant increase of 7% and a commitment to the DSO's long-term future in its general funding model. That the DCC recognises the intergenerational value of its cultural sector in its funding and for its taonga like the DSO. And that the DCC review the cost structure and the booking system for community organisations of the Dunedin Centre so it's accessible to the community in its cultural sector.
Thank you. We have some questions. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to the 7% increase, and I know that you go through the process with the grants subcommittee, etc., etc. How's the funding changed through that in the last few years? Are you getting more or less from the grant subcommittee? Oh, well, I can move on to. I see that you've got in your document that the funding and funding mechanisms for major civic cultural institutions such as the DSO, and you think that perhaps we need to rethink those. Would that be correct?
I think that's a fair comment. We know that the funding stream which we apply to has been constrained, and our funding in the last 10 years has decreased by $3,000. This, of course, doesn't take any effect of inflation or anything like that.
So in your perfect world, would you like to see steady funding and perhaps a service level agreement?
Yes.
So this time you're asking for 7% in the grants increase. Do you actually have a number around that?
I actually can't find it offhand, but certainly can supply that, yes.
My last question is just around the community access grant from Dunedin venues. Is it cash or in kind, and does that go up in the year every year as well?
It's in kind by virtue of a deduction in the total cost that we pay. I don't recall it going up.
Very good. We're done. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you for your presentation. 2 questions. The first is around the multi-year funding. I'm assuming from what you're saying that certainty over a number of years would be extremely helpful to planning. Would that be correct?
It would definitely be very helpful. This is particularly pertinent in terms of the Creative New Zealand. They look for certainty from and the amount of local support that we get, and I'm sure that influences their thinking too. It would also help our budgeting, of course.
My other question is just to explore issues around access to the town hall, and I note that you say it's the only venue that's acoustically appropriate. Could you just articulate the issues around booking the town hall currently?
It's quite hard to summarise in a few seconds. It is very difficult to have certainty about our dates. We plan a year in advance, so we will shortly be starting to plan next year. One of the issues with the Community Access Fund is that, for example, for a date in, say, the second half of next year, I'll only get a contract for that in about May next year. But in the meantime, we need to start putting the concerts on sale, contract artists who work with around the world in other countries and so on. So, yeah, it does make it very hazardous.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Megan and Philippa. And just it would be good to get that 7% figure because we're doing a budgetary process here. So my question is around the thing that grabbed me with the 322% rise in the cost of the town hall, which equates to about 56 grand or something like that. If that was addressed and you were paying real inflation amounts from the original, which we've now 17, would that go some way to fill the gaps you now have?
I think it'd be fair to say it would help a lot. Yes. Although, having said that, of course, all the other costs are increasing by inflation. So it would be good for our grant to keep pace with inflation and the town hall costs to have kept pace with inflation too.
Sure. And I'm sensing, Megan, you have a 7% number for us.
I believe it's 103,000. But, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it is. Funding prospect also has been, we have in this year had a 3-year, our funding from the Otago Community Trust has been confirmed in a 3-year program as well, which has been fantastic and assists greatly in terms of the where we're able to go in our planning.
Great. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Griffin in the Otago Museum around the Otago University. Are you, because you have such a close relationship with them, do you have any concerns in that area?
Thank you for asking that. Yes, we will be watching the developments very closely because it will affect us. It is too soon to know how it's going to go. All I can say is we will be watching it closely because of that close relationship.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Can you mention when there's a concert on in the Glengarry auditorium and you have something on at the town hall at the same time, do you have any problems with that, and if so, what are they?
There can be some noise bleed from the Glenroy auditorium to the town hall. The town hall has asked us to book the Glenroy as well to ensure that there is no noise disturbance through to the town hall. So that is an added cost.
My next question would have been, what would that do to your budget if that was the case?
It does add to the costs indeed, and it is really for no particular purpose as far as we're concerned. We should have quiet use of the venue, we feel.
Wonderful, thank you. We have covered all the questions. Thank you very much. And thank you for your submission. And next we have Ms. Cooper for the Coastal Community Cycle Connection. Hope everyone arrives early. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you for your early arrival. The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora koutou. So I'm Emily Cooper from the Coastal Community Cycle Connection Group. I really want to use this opportunity to update councillors on our project and really to ensure that we're kept top of mind when it comes to time for you to review things like the council submission to the Regional Land Transport Plan later this year. There are several new councillors around the table who may need an introduction to this project. Our vision is to connect the communities of Waikouaiti and Karatane and Warrington and Waitati with shared use pathways, connecting these communities to the city and to Central and North Otago in the future. Waikouaiti and Karatane are only 4 kilometres apart, but there is no safe way to walk or ride between the two communities. This makes it difficult for many people to share local services. People in Blueskin Bay also share many services, but there's no safe way to walk or ride between Waitati, Evansdale and Warrington. Under the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, we received Lottery Community Facilities funding for a technical feasibility study for our project to be prepared by Hamish Seaton. That report is just 2 weeks away from being completed, which is super exciting. We already have approval in principle from KiwiRail for a shared use pathway for each of the 2 segments between Waikouaiti and Karatane and Warrington and Waitati. Fortunately, the bridge over the Waikouaiti River is currently being replaced and it will be possible to add a clip-on pedestrian bridge to the new bridge. Consultation has been made throughout the route exploration process with Katihui Rā Parunaka ki Puketeraki and the East Otago Taiapuru Management Committee. All major landowners along the recommended routes have been spoken with. Landowner support is overwhelmingly positive and encouraging. The project is gathering a momentum of its own, and I invite the council to share in this and get on board. In March, we were involved in the workshop held by the Transport Strategy team, reviewing our city's strategic walking and cycling routes with the goal of developing a walking and cycling master plan for the next 10 years. The Coastal Connection proposed routes will be included in this master plan. On Thursday, I went to the first community workshop for the Future Development Strategy, which was held in Waikouaiti. The FDS is a requirement of the government's National Policy Statement on Urban Development and is to be jointly developed by the DCC and the ORC. Focus areas include supporting the resilience of outlying townships and settlements, and access to sustainable transport choices and opportunities for green and blue networks. Staff were pleased to hear of our project and were excited about the boxes it would tick when included in the strategy. We know that working within the prescribed process is important to our project success and being allocated local and central government funding. And I want to praise all the council staff that I've worked with who have really helped and been transparent with this process. Our group looks forward to councillors' support in fulfilling the next steps for our project as it moves along the progress points to receive funding. Inclusion in the 10-year plan, the Regional Land Transport Plan and the National Land Transport Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very good. Do we have questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just a question about the bridge that you referred to. I think your words were there was the opportunity, the possibility to add a clip-on. Is there any proposal to add a clip-on?
Not a proposal by KiwiRail.
But you have to restart your microphone each time.
So not a proposal by KiwiRail themselves, but they will provide provision for a clip-on to be added if we can get the funding for it. Yeah.
That's clear. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Emily, for coming, and this is progressing along quite solidly. So, just to be very specific, for this to be able to be executed at some time in the future, you are anticipating that it would need to have a budget item in the next 10-year plan, because obviously that's leading out for 10 years into the future. Is that primarily, given this is primarily a budget meeting, is that like one of your big take-home statements, that effectively for this to be successful, it will need to be put into the transport planning mechanism in such a way that it gets full exposure to that analysis, and therefore likely to end up in a 10-year plan?
That's what we would like, and that's my understanding, is that's how it needs to work. And grateful for any assistance from councillors and staff in making sure that we adhere to that process and hit all those milestones.
Crossing the Waikouaiti River, obviously is a big component of this. Is there a time constraint or a time pressure to make sure that we are aligned to the Kiwi Rail new build at the same time, do you think?
That's a good question, because, yeah, that bridge is being replaced under extreme urgency, is my understanding. So, yes, there is some time pressure, and once our feasibility study has been completed in a couple of weeks, I think it'll be a bit clearer the next steps to help that proceed. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Emily, for coming in. Just a follow-up question, I guess, to Councillor O'Malley. In terms of Hamish's feasibility study that you say is soon to appear, is there a sense of any indicative costs emanating from that, or is it too soon for you to commit to what's in it?
Yeah, it probably is a bit soon, I'm afraid. That's really what the next couple of weeks is. Hamish's job is to finalise those costings. So, sorry, and just working with contractors and agencies who've recently constructed similar pathways to get indicative costings from them. So that is part of it, as it will have projected costings, but I can't quite give it to you yet, sorry.
Thank you. And just finally, considering the fact that the future development strategy is a joint partnership between us and ORC, I'll assume you'll be sitting in front of ORC doing similar?
Yeah, absolutely. Every opportunity, I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Cooper, for your amazing mahi. How long has it been now you've been peddling this project along?
Oh, I think it's at least a couple of years, maybe 3.
Would you say that we are overdue for a North Coast spend on amenities and an asset like this for our communities?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if you read my submission, I do perhaps mention that. And I would like to point out that those communities north of Dunedin City, as in they are part of the Dunedin City boundary, but I think there's about 5,500, and yeah, they've not been served well in recent years. I think the East Otago Event Centre was the last major spend, and that was quite a long time ago. So, yeah, access to transport choices that don't involve getting in a car are really important, and we've not had that opportunity out that way.
And one last thing, will we be able to see will you be able to present Hamish's feasibility study to the councillors?
Yeah, I mean, I was planning to send it out to everybody. We could set up a formal presentation as well. That would be fine. Whatever was required or desired.
Excellent.
Thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Can I safely assume that Kiwi Rail will be rebuilding the bridge across the Waikouaiti River on the same alignment as the existing track, or will it be alongside?
So my understanding is it's the piles are being replaced. So it sort of will happen sort of concurrently with what's already there.
So the use of the track won't be interrupted. So
No, I think that's definitely the plan. I mean, you'd want to speak to KURL about that specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We've exhausted questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Thanks, Evan. Thank you.
And so now we have Mr. Hyland from the Tunnels Trail Trust.
Kia ora, good morning, Your Worship, councillors. Brent Irving and I are here as co-chairs of the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust. And on behalf of the Trust, we thank you for allowing us the time to speak in support of our submission to the annual plan update. It's pleasing to see the design work well underway regards the Tunnels Trail, although as with anything, the speed of progress has been frustrating. To briefly summarise, the Trust supports and encourages the Council to deliver the complete Tunnels Trail from Mosgiel to Dunedin. We further encourage the Council to begin on-site work as soon as possible, with consideration of sections made operational as a priority to provide use quickly. There's no need to repeat our full submission covering all the economic, health and safety, tourism and community benefits that will be realised, so I'd like to highlight a few key considerations. We again urge the Council to consider other sources of funding in addition to that of Waka Kotahi, especially with the risk of Waka Kotahi funds now being reprioritised up north. As this will be our gateway link to the regional cycleway network for recreation and tourism, we again strongly urge the Council to continue to investigate other funding sources such as ORC, MB and other regional authorities who are aware of and have already seen the benefits of investing in the regional network of which this will be a part. Design work should also be started immediately in mitigating the water asset issues within the Caversham Tunnel. We understand there may be a long lead time in the design and tendering process for this part of the work, and there should be no reason to delay this while other sections are being completed. For the Chain Hills Tunnel, we were delighted to see the tender being opened for repairs and hope this will be selected shortly, so work can get underway before the wettest part of the year. Now, as part of that, we strongly urge the Council to make and formalise a decision to retain ownership of the property at 324 Gladstone Road with the tunnel portal. The Trust is proposing that the property remains a DCC asset, or community asset, and is developed for the local Taieri community as a little easy bike track, similar to the Big Easy on Signal Hill, walking tracks amongst replanted native bush replacing gorse, teaching resources using the building and area for schools as per or by Nature School Dunedin Charitable Trust, and potentially establishing a native plant nursery managed by schools or other community trust. Now, these developments are envisaged as community projects rather than council, so the DCC contribution would be to retain ownership of the property and allow the activities by various community groups. The alternative of DCC selling the property after trail development completed and buildings no longer required would net the council a maximum of $450,000, not the current approximate $960,000 value. Cycle trail development would link up with the current Chain Hills paper road currently used by mountain bike riders to get to either Fairfield to the south or Friend Hill Road and 3 Mile Hill to the north, creating yet another connection with the wider network of cycle trails around Dunedin. Dunedin needs to be in a position to connect our outstanding cycleways around the harbour and the hills to the wider Otago cycleway network. With the development of the Lawrence to Milton cycleway due for completion this year, trail and bridge planning and consents well underway for the Gibbston to Cromwell link via the Kawara Gorge, people are now looking forward to cycling off-road from Queenstown all the way to the Taieri. The Trust supports and encourages the work being done by the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust and associated groups to fill in the last of the gaps in this network and all providing zero carbon travel options. We also support a cycleway up the Taieri Gorge from Hindon if regular train services cannot be sustained. Any delay in completing Dunedin's southern gateway link to the wider Otago network will only reinforce our isolation. So please, let's get this done now. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Gerard, as ever. I know it's been more than 2 years for you doing this. 2 questions. Firstly, I'm a wee bit confused. You just mentioned about the Gladstone Road property, 960k, 450. Sorry, I'm confused. Can you enlighten me? The valuation.
Yeah, when the trust fundraised to purchase a property to allow the cycleway to go through there, the idea was the DCC would cover the 450k that we purchased. So we fundraised to get just over 500,000. The easement cost to the property is about 100,000, and the on-selling of the property would cover the DCC's 400,000 plus establishment costs. And there was an agreement between the council and the trust that any funds realised from the sale over 450 would come back to the trust when it was sold. Now that's about 960 now. So it's the book value of the property isn't what the council would realise.
Thank you, that's really clear. Second question, you obviously you congratulate the fact that Chain Hills is being tendered, blah, blah, blah. What's the plans for Chain Hills Tunnel for the Trust?
At the moment, as an interim until the whole thing is fully developed, the walk through the Chain Hills Tunnel and the area on the other side of the tunnel, eastern side, is actually quite magical. And what we want to do is open this up to the local community so they can walk through immediately. The landowner on the eastern side, Clare Noakes, is come to the party and said yes, she's willing to have a walkway, temporary walkway that goes up to the top of Chain Hills so we can create a walking loop track through there. So right from the start, rather than waiting for the whole thing to be fully opened, people can go for a walk. They can go through the Chain Hills Tunnel, and people love tunnels, go through into what's been recently called Narnia, and enjoy the bush and the bird song and the whole area. And all we need is the tunnel repairs to be completed, and we can action that ourselves.
All right. Are there any more questions? It appears not. Yes, Councillor Hurlan.
Do you have a direct contact at council that sort of can coordinate with all different departments on this project?
We are working with the Tunnels Trail Project Group, and we're part of the project control group. So that has an external project manager and internal staff within transport that we deal with.
And you found that communication channel is clear and easy? It wouldn't be easy to have one point of contact, or not?
It's worked sort of so far, yeah.
Right. Thank you. And thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you all.
Okay. So, I'm thinking next we have mountain biking Otago. Mr. Bauer, is that right? Thank you. And a PowerPoint to go with.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for letting Mountain Biking Otago present. My name is Greg Bower. I am currently the Secretary for Mountain Biking Otago. With the 10-year plan, Council kindly upped our funding to $80,000, and I am largely here to thank you for that and show you what we have achieved with that money. Acknowledgement and thanks, largely wanting to thank Parks and Recreation. We work very closely with them, specifically John Brinkley and Mel Lawless. Also Water Department and City Forests. And with that close arrangement and working relationship, we're actually able to accomplish quite a bit. So the Dunedin Trail Network has grown quite a bit over the years. We now currently operate 5 net or centres, I guess. Signal Hill, Whare Flat, Wakaree Creek, Bethune's Gully and Nichols Creek. So in all we've got 144 trails now, totalling 122 kilometres. So we've moved on a wee bit, and volunteer maintenance has become rather difficult. So with money that's provided to us, we have been able to employ a gentleman, Craig Alter, to maintain the trails. As an indication, through the 2022-23 year, he did 742 hours of trail maintenance, and from 1st of March this year, 52 hours so far. With a lot of these guys, Hamish Seaton, Craig, it's difficult to get a photo of them, so managed to troll through his Facebook and found a entertaining one there. He also works for Doc. These are largely the trail centres in Dunedin, and using one of 2 software platforms that record exercise, we can generate heat maps. So Trailforks is more mountain bike specific, and you can see that Signal Hill and Whare Flat specifically get quite a bit of use. Strava is more road orientated and slightly different picture, but still quite hot. You can also see a lot of the cycleways are clearly well in use. Stats from Trailforks. For those that decide to use it and upload their ride data, that is the caveat, we can get quite a decent look at who's using the trails and when. For those that are using Trailforks, you can see about 65% or 70% are visitors to Dunedin. So we are definitely becoming a sort of destination for people. With the caveats expressed with Trailforks, we've also used literal trail counters on the trails. Over the last year, this would be the Big Easy on Signal Hill. We sort of averaging probably about close to 150 riders each day over the course on just that trail. So quite a bit of usage. With that has come the caveat that being a dual use trail, it's the victim of its own success, and a bit of trail conflict can occur. So over the last year, I guess, we finished the Easy Down Trail, so specifically downhill at Signal. Some stats there: we spent $18,000 to get a contractor to rough out the trail, those 2 top pictures. Used about 2,100 volunteer hours to shape it, and then finished the trail up. If at $25 an hour, you're looking at $52,000 worth of labour there. And Hamish estimates that at a commercial rate, there's probably a $200,000 trail to complete. So good value for money there. We've also updated the 4-wheel drive track on Signal Hill, and the water department tidied up Water Tank Road. So now we have moved from a rutted bog, essentially, and thanks to downers, we've recycled about 2,500 tonnes of road millings from landfill, and recut, tidied the trail, and surfaced it. So now we've got an all-weather surface for everyone to use. Fens has got easy access. It's a natural fire break on the hill. And while we were doing that, we also installed a water pipe down from the plateau and built a toilet at the bottom of Signal Hill. So with funding from Lotteries Community Facilities and Parks and Rec, we have purchased a kit set toilet, built it, and built a bike wash there as well. Top right, you can see a lot of the community groups or businesses that have contributed as well. So value for money is still being shaken out. We're finalising the last bills, but we've done pretty well on that front. With the car park, we're close to having it finished and also beautifying it with a lot of plantings. Sorry, I'll hurry up a bit. Nichols Creek Trail, we've finished the top section that links to the top and have gravel at the top, and are working with Heli Otago to work out a time to drop that gravel on the trail, so that will be fully surfaced. Whare Flats, as everyone will know, has been logged, and we're working with them to reinstate the trails that we've lost and develop more. Then just as a club itself, we are growing, so we've moved to 433 members now, and we can see a general age breakdown there. More than half are sort of 40 plus, but we are growing. Events-wise, we've helped run the Hillary Commission Get to Go Challenge, a number of high-level events like the Three Peaks Enduro, large number of local races, and also looking to bid for the New Zealand Secondary School Mountain Bike Champs again. We also support the work done by, looking to develop a Three Peaks Trail navigating Dunedin, so another destination type trail. We've presented this before, but that's roughly the route. It'll be linking Whare Flat, Nichols and Signal all the way through. So getting a lot of people off-road. And also support the work done by Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust, as well as Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, linking Dunedin both south and north. I think they were the two presentations before me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
Surprise. Thanks, Greg. Excellent presentation, and thanks for your mahi. Just a question around, I mean, the easy down aside, there is some critique around the shortage of easier rides in Dunedin, and a little bit of confusion around the grading system. Can you maybe just speak to that?
Starting first with the grading system, Recreation Aotearoa has just released, I think in the last 6 weeks, an updated trail grading system, which we're working through, and with Parks and Rec having just audited all of the trails in Dunedin, working our way through that. We are aware that certain regions of those trail centres are heavily weighted one way or another, and looking to develop sort of trails that fill that gap.
Thank you. And that's it for questions, unless someone's got one. No? Thank you very much. It's a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next we have the Dunedin Rugby Club and the St Clair Surf Lifesaving Club, represented by Mr Cam Burrow. Thank you for coming early.
Kia ora, councillors. Obviously, you guys will be keen to get to your lunch break, so this will be pretty short and brief. But yeah, by way of introduction, I'm Cam Burrow. I'm currently the chairman of the Dunedin Rugby Club, but also sit on the National Board of Surf Lifesaving New Zealand, and also on the St Clair Club Committee. I'll take my submission as read, but I guess I just wanted to bring to the attention of the councillors as governors, I guess just starting to get that thought process going around the coastal plan and the impacts on the community facilities along the St Clair, St Kilda coastline, and what happens to them as we do slowly work through that plan. Now obviously there's going to be budget implications and I guess rehoming and stuff to go through, but indications from staff have been that they need a bit of I guess guidance from the governors around the direction that they can plan, so I guess the staff can come out to us and start looking at alternatives with a bit of confidence, knowing that there might be budget support around future facilities and stuff, and that process doesn't happen overnight. That's a 10-year process. So I guess as a club, both rugby and surf, we're looking for a bit of certainty going forward around, okay, in 5 to 10 years time we need to start looking at X. We'll have to find some funding for that, but also what support or what help will be there from council too. And I guess the point of this submission is just to raise it to the governors to kind of go help give staff some direction around that planning process, because as we know, if we don't get the ball rolling now, we'll be coming to you in 5 years' time asking for large sums of money, which isn't really, I guess as you guys have seen through this annual plan, it doesn't just happen, money just doesn't turn up. So I guess we're just trying to be proactive. It came across through a lease that we just signed with the council, and I've put some of those clauses in the submission just for your attention attention. Again, staff are really good to deal with around this stuff, but I guess they need guidance from the governors around what that future looks like, and I guess what budget is available for them to investigate. There's obviously a wider impact on sporting grounds and community facilities across the city, and I know the Parks and Rec team's looking into that further, but just wanted to bring those coastal ones to the awareness because I think that's where the attention's probably going to be in the short term. But yeah, happy to take any questions. But like I said, this is just to get the ball rolling for you guys as governors rather than operational asking for funding now.
Very good. And questions? And we have none. Thank you for your submission. That's very helpful. Thank you. Now, at this stage, we better take a recess. We have another submitter due at 12:30. So we're scheduled for 12:30. Oh, she cancelled. Okay. At 12:30, submitter has cancelled, so we are now free to go to lunch. So, it's seconded by Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Very good. Yes. Now, let's have our first submitter after lunch is 1:30.
So you should adjourn till 1:30. You need to say
yes. Yes. So we'll be further to the previous motion. We will be adjourned till 1:30. So if we reconvene at 1:30, all happy with that? All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here on behalf of the Otago Settlers Association, and we welcome the opportunity to present to the annual plan hearings, obviously about the Toitu, the Otago Settlers Museum. As founders and principal project fundraisers for the museum, USA has a long-standing commitment to support and work closely with museum staff management. We believe we have a successful relationship with the museum staff and a high degree of collaboration. Most recently, the production and screening of The Journey to New Edinburgh has been a huge success and a credit to the skills of the Toitu staff. We believe the Council and the ratepayers should be very proud of what has been achieved through their long-term commitment and support of the museum, and that is appreciated. I'll just very briefly reiterate 3 points in my written submission. First of all, the Dunedin Gasworks Museum. The Otago Settlers Association continues to support and promote this internationally significant gasworks museum. It's an important part of Dunedin's social and engineering heritage and has a Category 1 status under the Heritage New Zealand Act. The museum is regularly open to the public and has strong South Dunedin community support. Whilst acknowledging the support already received from the DCT Property Department and the staff at Toitu, if the museum is to remain sustainable, more professional help is needed to conserve the collection and develop the museum to its full potential. On the Dunedin's museum cluster, the cluster, in our opinion, provides a valuable draw card for the city and should be promoted heavily. In particular, the Otago Settlers Museum and the Dunedin Gasworks Museum provide social and engineering stories through which Dunedin's history is better understood by both visitors and residents. The history of the city is manifested in its historic buildings, museums, art galleries and archives. And finally, on the hearings, these hearings are an opportunity for the Council to hear the view from the community and to ask questions. Whilst time-consuming for the councillors and for DCC staff, it's an important part of democracy in Dunedin. And the Association urges hearings to continue to be held each year, whether or not there are significant changes to the 10-year plan. Thank you. I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question around how much funding the Otago Settlers Association give back to Toitu each year to support their activities. You need to push the...
That varies. It's primarily around projects and exhibitions, so it depends what comes on. There was a provision of 21,000 towards Journey to New Edinburgh, although not all of that was spent. So some of that money has been put aside for other projects. But typically it's sort of in the order of about 20,000 a year.
May I ask where that money comes from?
From a variety of sources. It comes from bequests and donations, and income from our assets. We try to use the subscriptions from members for things like for running the association, so that we only use our, if you like, our capital for donations to the museum.
Excellent, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for your presentation. I've got a question about the Otago Anniversary Day events in the submission. Specifically, there's, am I reading it correctly in that the suggestion request be that there are multiple days of celebration for the different kind of cultures and arrivals and things, or are we wanting to condense it to one, or what's...
I don't believe there was an intention that we have multiple days. I think our emphasis was on making it very much an occasion, something that we celebrate. We have obviously the early settlers who arrived initially in 1848, but we also have the more recent settlers and obviously the settlers that came before Tangata Whanua. So there is opportunity there to celebrate Otago in multiple ways. At the moment we have the Anniversary Day dinner, and there's a service at First Church. And in the past, there have been more events, and those seem to have dropped off. So the submission was about re-emphasising the value of celebrating Otago Anniversary Day.
Thank you. That appears to be all the questions we have at this time. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Mr. Timothy McMullen.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks very much for allowing me time to speak today. My name is Tim McMullen. You'll have read my submission with any luck. And I just kind of wanted to come in and speak to it and emphasize some of the points and thank y'all for some of the hard work that's been done and encourage you on a few other points. Yeah. Some of the main things that come to mind are the cycling infrastructure that's gone in over the last decade or so that I've been very glad to see, and I hope that important work continues. It kind of gets overlooked when we have a huge winning success out of it, because how do you measure cyclists who haven't died? How do you quantify that? And that may seem extreme, and I may have made this point here before, but from 2009 to 2012, we had a number of cyclists killed here on our streets in Dunedin. And I think it's really important to reiterate that, because since we made the massive and vast improvements, we've had 0 deaths, knock wood. Let's hope it stays that way. But we can't ignore the fact that it has in fact been an enormous success, and we need to continue that moving forward. I've also been very pleased with the outcome of the work on George Street to date, and very pleased by it, and very important infrastructure upgrades that have been happening, but also the work on top, I think, has proven itself to be a tremendous worthwhile investment, and I look forward to the completion of it in its entirety as planned over, again, more than a decade. So, and I'd like to add on to that. I spend a lot of time downtown in my capacity in work looking for parks, and that's not a loaded statement. I almost never have trouble finding parking, and I do not quite understand why there's so much consternation and discussion about it. Because the fact of the matter is, aside from term holidays and school holidays and public holidays, I very seldom have trouble finding a park. Now, full disclosure, I do have an authorized parking sticker, but that parking is not always available. Sometimes I've just got to live with a 5-minute park or pay for parking, but really and truly, I very seldom have difficulty doing so. Some of the other stuff is on the environmental front. Two aspects of this. One is that working in the building industry, I don't know how much cross-laminate timber construction is on your radar, but it really needs to be. And this ties in things like forestry, building, long-term solutions to our building issues. Cross-laminate timber can go to 18 stories tall. I don't think I addressed it in my submission at all, so you just bear with me, and if you have questions, I'm happy to field them. But yeah, it's been seismically tested to 18 stories, and it has a much lower carbon footprint than things like concrete, which has an enormous carbon footprint. So you're going to hear a lot more about it over the coming years, so plan for it, look into it, consider it. It will be very, very important. And speaking of environmental issues, I was out in Milton recently looking at a house we were thinking about buying. And I asked the realtor what sort of flooding had occurred there, not realizing that in 2007 and 2012 there had been very significant floods in Milton. I appreciate they don't come under our district council, but nevertheless, it doesn't really matter. The Taieri watershed is about 10 times the size of the Tokomariro watershed. And if we ever get any kind of weather bomb up the Taieri or down the Tokomariro, you can rest assured that we'll see flooding on the scale that happened up north. And while it may be more of your sort of, not your raging torrent out on the Taieri, the airport sits 1.2 meters above sea level, so it's no small thing. And I hope that we're planning for that as well. And I would also add that South Dunedin has issues above and beyond the ones that we know from sea level rise. If the Akatori Fault ever strikes, you can kiss a lot of South Dunedin goodbye, and it's not alarmist, it's just a reality. There's about 2 meters of uplift potential in that fault. And again, it may seem like a strange thing to be advocating for, but I think one thing we need to think about is tsunami towers in South Dunedin. It's a long way to go from the middle of the city up out there up to the hills. It's a lot further than you think, and that water will come ashore terribly, terribly fast. Let's see. I don't know, how am I doing for time? Because I can prattle on for quite a while.
Seconds. No, you
Oh, there I go.
39 seconds.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll leave it to it, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to field them.
Okay, wonderful. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. McMullen, for the substantial submission. I've written it down here. Excuse me if I got the wrong word. In cross-laminate timber. Just curious to know where it's used and sort of what it is.
So it's there's a building built here with it. The new residential block at the Polytech is actually constructed out of it. Probably your best bet to see it up close and personal is to go there. But essentially, it's sort of a very intense plywood. You end up with about 150 mil thick walls with 6x2 timber going one direction, and then another layer going that direction, and another layer going that direction. And it's just very rigid. It's it's as rigid as it needs to be, of course. It's a lot of timber, but it also has flex that in a seismic event. And there's issues with fire separation stuff that happens to be my area of specialty that has brought it on my radar. But you know, that building's been there for probably 5 or 6 years now, and I suspect we'll see an awful lot more of them. And I'll field more questions, but I did also want to invite you all to take the challenge of going vegan for the month of May, because it's another way to help the planet. Mr. Mayor especially, I welcome you to accept the challenge. There are lots of good vegan places around.
Very good. I've got a question about cross-laminate timber. There was a proposal some years ago. I think Rob Jones was going to build a multi-storey building, quite a high building in Wellington from cross-laminate timber. Did anything ever come of that? Do you know?
I do not know, to be honest. The biggest one I know here in Dunedin, I don't know if the newer block here is, but the other one down on, is that Union Street, Lower Union Street, just by the sports fields is, it's about 3 or 4 stories tall, and that's cross-laminate timber.
Because, of course, it's very beneficial in an earthquake because it actually moves. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hulan.
Did they have difficulty getting that? You know how everybody's had difficulty getting all sorts of boards and wood and everything. Was that something that was difficult to get as well?
I didn't build
that. You have to restart your mic.
I didn't build that particular project, but I worked on it. I think it predated the timber shortages that we've seen in the recent years, but it certainly, with the destruction of what I think 10% of our harvestable timber stock during the Tairāwhiti floods, it's certainly something that needs to be on our radar. With more flooding imminent and potentially more forests being wiped out, we really need to think hard about how we approach forestry, just through DCC corporations and stuff, and really be future planning for how that's going to unfold.
Cost-wise, is it cheaper or dearer or what?
Again, I honestly can't speak to that. It's, I think relative to concrete, I believe that I've heard it said that it is quite a lot cheaper. You don't have to put steel in, you don't have the concrete going in. There's more engineering in some sense, but both have to be heavily engineered. So,
can you talk about it just briefly? Obviously, not a lot of time. There's a reasonable amount of time. Sustainability with it. Why is it more? Why are you saying it's more sustainable than other products, please?
Yeah, well, concrete itself has an enormous carbon footprint, and then on top of that, if a concrete building built correctly and fireproofed correctly, which a disturbing number of them are not, I can assure you, but any building properly fireproofed, and that would include laminate timber, if you contain the fire to a cell on a floor or within a certain zone of the building, then it allows you to rebuild within that. And the burn time for 3 layers of 6x2 timber is quite a while, and there's often protective coatings put on top of that again, and that's my area of specialization. And by preserving the building from the harm, rather than have it like Grenfell Tower, I haven't read the reports recently, but I'll be quite surprised if the whole thing doesn't actually have to be pulled down. Whereas if you can, because the fire spread throughout the entire building and did so much damage to it. Whereas if you can confine that damage to a zone, which may not have been possible with that building no matter what, but in general, if you can confine the damage to a zone, you can repair just that area rather than having to tear a whole building down, be it cross-laminate timber or concrete. The other issue we're seeing is that a lot of the concrete buildings, and I'm not going to specify any because I don't want to get anyone into trouble, but if you walk around town, you'll find fencing around certain buildings that are concrete, and they're 10 to 12 stories tall. They were built incorrectly. The steel was too close to the surface, and it's causing the steel is rusting, which is causing the concrete to blow out, and we have pieces of concrete falling from 10 stories up. And so they've ring-fenced them with fencing to keep people safe. But you look at what happened in Miami a couple of years ago when a building just fell down one day, and it was a similar sort of issue.
Very good. We're at time, but we've also exhausted questions, so well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's great. And so now, we might be a fraction early. Is Mark coming? Because we have Mr. James Sutherland here of Federated Farmers. Mr. Patterson's not coming?
Yeah, sorry.
Very good.
You're stuck with me, sorry team. Yeah. Your Worship, Councillors, Federated Farmers of Otago thanks the Dunedin City Council for allowing us to voice our submission on the draft annual plan. My name is James Sutherland, I'm a Graduate Policy Advisor and will be presenting on behalf of Mark Patterson, Otago Federated Farmers and our membership. We acknowledge the work and effort that councillors and especially staff have taken in this plan and are impressed with the outcomes of this plan for the rural communities within the Dunedin city boundaries. Dunedin City finds itself in an interesting situation where the city boundaries reach into rural areas which would not traditionally make up a city council ratepayer base. This means the council finds itself in an unusual balance between catering for the urbanised and the rural needs. Federated Farmers has been impressed with the financial management taken in this draft annual plan, which has rates 0.5 below what was proposed in the long-term plan. You're allowing that 0.5% to remain in the back pockets of ratepayers, enabling those ratepayers to support themselves through this unprecedented cost of living crisis. We strongly commend you for this. We would also like to raise that expanding the DCC's debt during this time is justifiable until inflationary measures are under control, where ratepayers are able to afford a rates rise to service this debt increase. We continue to urge the Council to introduce a rates cap on farmland in the rural areas of the city. Farmers who do not have the ability to pass on the rising costs to consumers, such as those in local businesses when the rates rise, instead, farmers are having to absorb these costs. Farmers have their incomes determined by the international market and is fixed. By introducing a rates cap, it allows farmers to budget and plan for any rises. Clutha District Council has a self-imposed rates cap of 4%. This has since been raised to 5.14%, but is quite effective. We urge the DCC to go further than Clutha District Council and implement this into their rating policy. It is vital that Council recognises the importance of primary producers. Farmers who pay into the tens of thousands, some rates bills for farmers in Middlemarch are over 70k, which is essentially a full FTE at Council. For rates which appear to not have any immediate benefit for Council services, these farmers are not eligible for curbside collection, the local pool is not maintained by Council, instead by the local school and through grants. They are also on a private water scheme connection and with a septic tank. There is no legitimate reason for these farmers to be paying such significant rates. Rates should be equitable for what services you have access to. Farmers do want to pay their fair share for the community infrastructure and public good. We do not want to see the costs of a largely urban-focused expenditure unreasonably pushed onto farmers, simply because of a lack of options or willingness from other sectors to meet those costs. A rates cap would address those inequalities for the rural sector, forcing Council to create a more equitable playing field. We understand there is an argument that farmers should be able to increase productivity or stockage if capital is tight to pay for an increase in a bill. However, these ratepayers are in some of the most alpine, pristine environments that the City Council administers. An increase in stock numbers would have perverse impacts on the environment. Many of these are intergenerational farms who have the understanding that protecting the environment enables the next generation to farm the land. We would like to see the Council in future draft annual plans to show in-depth rates examples of what a rates would look like in dollar terms for each group within the City Council area, such as urban, lifestyle, commercial and farmland. This would enable ratepayers better understanding what they pay for and enable a more transparent council approach. The Clutha District Council does this extremely well, which creates a better informed ratepayer base. Overall, we're continuing to be impressed with the direction that this current council is taking. The council understands the economic and social needs of its ratepayer base and has developed a draft annual plan which is understanding of the financial situation that many of your ratepayers currently face. We thank the council again for the opportunity to voice our submission.
Thank you very much. We have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Are you aware that Clutha District Council has had problems with high costs for their infrastructure, and they're certainly concerned about increasing costs and very worried about and raised these concerns about covering costs for Three Waters, and so could you assume from that maybe having a fixed rate hasn't worked so well?
From what I've been hearing on the ground in Clutha, it's given people a chance to plan ahead. So especially for those on a lower budget, and it's also given people security to know that they're not going to get extraordinary rates rises one year, and it's also happening at another council. They can fall back, and yeah, at the end of the day, it's probably not the financially probably proper way to do things. But when a farmer's paying 70k a year, it's quite a lot for them to pay when they're having no access to those, types of services, and the library's like 54 kilometres away. So.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. I just wanted to clarify a point because there was a little bit of ambiguity in it. 3.3 in your submission, where you mentioned water systems, is it not correct that if a rural property is not on reticulated water, they're not paying for those services?
That is correct. It was just used as an example. What is it? That's based on CV value rating, but obviously the CV rating is quite extraordinary for farmers to be paying, especially the 70,000k in rates, when someone who is connected to the council water supply is paying significantly less than that, probably like $200 and something a year. So.
Very good. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Just again, a couple of points of clarification. Point 2.1 of your submission. I'm just a little confused there because you're suggesting, because there's a 7.7% increase in the community services charge, that's above the 7% stated in the long-term plan. You are aware that in the long-term plan it's a 7% increase overall, and that is just a small, tiny proportion of the rates?
I apologise for that.
Sorry, 3.2, I guess it probably goes to Councillor Houlihan's question. Again, on that CSR, are you suggesting somehow that nobody in the rural zone ever accesses the botanical gardens, for example?
That's not what I'm implying, but they're not obviously accessing it on a daily basis, and it's probably once annually that they use it, and it's quite expensive for them to be paying to access it, annually.
Would you accept it's fair to, and I'll use myself as an example, that lots of us in the urban setting don't access the botanical gardens at all?
That's a correct assumption to make.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr. Sutherland. I'm just sort of looking about parity and equity in rent and rates payments. It's my impression that currently there's 3 bridges in the Central Otago District Council that have been washed out, that have not been replaced by that council because they haven't got the rate space for it. And of course you'd be aware that the Sutton Bridge was replaced by the Dunedin City Council. So in this analysis of rates burden and what you get back from the city, I assume you'd want the full transport costs of maintaining the rural road system and reinstating those pieces of asset when they go out, because they're obviously not cheap, and not a lot of people in North East Valley drive over the Sutton Bridge.
Yes, you're definitely correct there, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Houlihan.
I might get into trouble for this, but we recently travelled through Milton, because you gave Milton as an example, and used the public toilets there. Now, there was a padlock on those, I don't know if you've been, you should have a look in there, but anyway, they've got a padlock in there, and it says, because of economic reasons, you can't use much of the toilet paper, and then there was no soap, and they had a note saying cost cutting. So is that what you'd like us to resort to, since you gave that as an example of a good place to, meet the needs of the city?
I wouldn't go into details on that. I think it might be to ask Clutha District Council about that.
Yes. So we've covered all the questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Sutherland. Thank you for your submission. Cheers.
Thanks.
Alrighty. You feel we've got 4 minutes before the time is up, well, 3 minutes before the next person is due to speak. So yeah, make a run for it if you want. It's 2 o'clock and our man from Lucky Docks is not here. So I propose a 10-minute recess while we wait for the next submitters, who are similarly not here yet. So Catherine Anderson, well, we might need a bit longer. She's due to speak at 2:25.
Would you like to move the adjournment?
Yes, I think we'll have an adjournment till the end. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Walker. So we'll adjourn until 2:25. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Alrighty. All right, Ms. Anderson, are you ready to get underway? So you have 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes of questions, and anytime you want to speak, you need to restart the microphone. So away you go. But you have to restart it. There you go.
Kia ora koutou. Basically, I know you've read by what I put in about forestry and everything. But I'm just going to share with you my little experience because I'm next door. I've got a lifestyle block next door, and we've also got a neighbouring family farm that's next door. So the neighbouring farm was purchased in 2022 by Ngāi Forestry. Initially, it seemed that they'd be reasonable neighbours, and that they've agreed that we can have legal access through their property because we're landlocked due to the way the other farm was sold, like when it was sold to them. But they'd agreed to plant 50 metres back from the boundary, so everything seemed to be going really well. But then early in 2002, John Kerr of Wanita came to me and asked if I'd seen the new boundary, like between Ngāi and our family farm. And I didn't understand what he's talking about and went with him to look. But I was horrified by what I saw when I questioned him. And he explained the boundary had to be straight, even though as long as I remember it was where it is, including where my father purchased. But the destruction had already occurred. They bulldozed completely through a rock cliff and into the creek, and it's a huge mess. So afterwards, when I was measuring how much land they were trying to take, which is approximately 2 hectares, I came across a survey peg. I requested lawyers and surveyors to be involved at this point, but nothing happened except a surveyor that worked with Wanita had looked it up and said peg had been put there in 79, but didn't mean anything. Even though I've been to the council and everything else, and that with the survey peg is where all the boundaries are. And so the only map I've seen with a straight boundary is the one Wanita drew, like they had the map and drew a computer-generated line on it. And then they've also, since then, the bulldozer planted out. ORC are involved because when I bought in May, I got Ngāi Forestry and the members of the Ōtākau Rūnaka and Wanita all came on site. So I made them walk down to the creek, and even they were horrified by what they saw. So they had to initiate advice from Regional Council, which meant that there's still an investigation ongoing, and it hasn't been, it's not finished yet because Wanita haven't given the details exactly on how they're going to fix it without making more damage, shall we say. And then including that there, our side of that fence is destroyed. It's really unsafe for stock, and the bank is slowly slipping further down towards the creek. So at that same time, I was like, well, if they can do that on someone else's property, so at this point, it was still being leased out to the previous owner. And I walked around, discovered they've actually bulldozed another part of our boundary fence, an internal fence, which I had to alert them to, even though they'd done it. They'd said, reparation, we'll give you grazing. Didn't happen because it had to happen after the lease had completed, but they actually started planting before. So that was about 8 months it took to rectify that, which meant, that was a third of our block that we couldn't use. So that made me concerned. So growing up, I grew up on that farm. My father owned it, and then it was sold. So just across from us is the Game Hen Stream, which is full of there's an old mine that you can walk into, and amazing waterways. So I brought photos for you guys to have a look at later on. Oh, sorry, I didn't realise about the computer. But it's got 10-foot high water races, dams, and that sort of stuff. So when I went down, that was completely covered. and like it was, before they bulldozed, it was actually surrounded by native bush, and it was in a waterway. But no one, you know, they have a trail ride that goes through and crosses over that creek just where the heritage sites are. So no one, like, this is obviously normal practice because no one's concerned about it. And so, so when the Ngāi Tahu Forestry and that came out, they looked at our property at the creek, and then I took them over to have a look down. So it was a big walk down to the creek to start with, so I just took them to the top of the hill. They looked down and they could see, you couldn't see a creek. Like, if you fly over this gully, you wouldn't even know there's running water there, and it never dries up, including coming out of the mine. So anyway, they were, yeah, right, pre-1900s, we have to get an archaeologist in to come in, and they work with heritage properties in town here. And I thought, great, you know, this is all that needs to happen. So anyway, in September 2022, I was told that an archaeologist had been on site and had documented everything. And I thought, well, this is odd. No one's contacted me. And if they didn't know where everything was, it would be really hard to find it because it's underneath metres of native bush and, oh shit, sorry. And, but anyway, they haven't documented it properly. She didn't want to look. The stone hut's going to be destroyed. And in the end, it's been just pretty much, there's mine shafts for health and safety, dams and that, they're all just getting destroyed. So the archaeologist hasn't documented, and it's really like, where do you go from here? Because it's all pre-1900.
Great.
So,
So thank you for that story. What do you want council to do?
I'd like to see that all that heritage stuff reinstated. The waterways should be cleared, and to make sure it doesn't happen again. Because I'm assuming council has to give permission for these large forestry operations to be happening on, like, you know, fertile farmland pretty much. And it just seems to be, no one's worried, no one inspects it, and basically you've just got to believe what those contractors say. But yeah, I just don't think heritage stuff should be getting destroyed for forestry or waterways.
Okay.
And because it's Ngāi Tahu, like, they didn't want to see it happening, and they, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know whether it's like a cover-up at this point or if there's incompetence involved, which is pretty much, yeah.
Okay, we have a few questions. Councillor Houlihan.
I'm assuming this is with lawyers, is it? Have you got this with lawyers, or?
No, because we are.
I'll just push the button.
At the moment, we're just sort of doing it because my father died and we've got to get permission from the lawyers to use lawyers, if that makes sense. So it's all a bit mucky at the moment. And I've had Heritage New Zealand involved, ORC involved. I've come here today. And there's a company up in Cromwell also that are helping, and DOC is also involved now.
Have you reported any of this previously to our council, like to council staff around the waterways? What can you just clarify? What is there any? Are you concerned about any contamination in waterways, or what? Can you just state what condition, what has happened to the waterways?
So basically, they've bulldozed like maybe a K down to the waterways, and everything's been put on top of. So you can't even get close to the waterways because of the pile of scrap. Like if you fly over it, you're like, oh, there's not even a waterway down there. But like all the springs are covered, the creek's covered, everything. So all of that, like we have the Now Arbor project happening, which the Taieri is part of. All these waterways go into the Taieri.
Are you concerned it could bank up, and if there was a flood, cause a problem, or?
Probably not so much the flood up there, that it's already starting to drop into the water races, so it's just going to further destroy the heritage stuff. Yeah, that'd be my biggest thing, but there will be contamination going downstream. Maybe not as in big logs, because a lot of it's native bush that they're bulldozed, so there's been hectares of that being bulldozed. And then the pine trees, they are also planted like 4 to 5 metres from the waterways, but no one inspects them. Once they fall over, which they will, no one comes and clears them, so all that stuff is in the waterways. But you know, and it's very acidic, it's sort of destroying fish and all of that sort of stuff, because there was native fish up there. But yeah, since the 1080, it's been not many fish visible, but we have done some DNA tests on it down there as well, but I haven't got the results on those. Or eDNA, sorry, I should rephrase it.
Okay. Councillor Van der Vos.
Someone's mentioned the ORC, but my understanding is that waterways in particular are very much an ORC responsibility. Have you been to the ORC, and have they taken a keen interest in what you're saying?
So Juanita had to approach the ORC for the damage in our creek because it's so horrendous, and they mentioned it to council about the bulldozing of native bush, and they requested last week that I sent photos through of the game hen, because Heritage New Zealand said like there's also another hut that's going to be destroyed because of a blocked waterway, and they said contact the ORC because it was because it's a waterway. So I've just got to get these photos and that sent through to them.
So you are going to the ORC with this, and you do recognise that they are the enforcement agency that will sort it out?
Yes, for the waterways, but not for the heritage.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Benson Pope.
I wonder if I'm not asking a question of the Chief Executive, actually, Mr Mayor, because what we've heard is, I mean, thank you for alerting us to these issues. What we're hearing, though, are a number of things that are apparently illegal: the waterway disturbance, the bush clearance, and other issues around boundaries. I'm assuming that we will obviously need a report in due course from the Chief Executive, from staff, about these transgressions, and what it's appropriate to do would be a matter for the Chief Executive.
Well, it's a regular, through the chair I will comment. You can expect councillors, as with all submissions, that there will be staff comment attached to this submission when it comes to deliberations that will provide clarity.
Thank you. And so, yes, Councillor Lucas.
Just a quick question. You mentioned city forests in part of your story. Are they involved, or is it mainly Juanita and Ngāi Tahu Forestry?
Sorry, I didn't mean city forests. So Ngāi Tahu Forestry own the
Pardon?
Ngāi Tahu Forestry own the land, and Juanita are the subcontractors. So pretty much Juanita do all the on-ground work, like Ngāi Tahu's not usually come to investigate. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That has exhausted questions. Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission.
Okay. Can I leave photos? People would actually have a look at the.
Certainly, Mr.
Sorry,
Henderson
if
will
I'd
sort that
realised I
out.
could have done that.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me.
You're very welcome.
Thanks.
Next we have Miss Edna Stevenson.
Hi everyone.
And if whenever you want to speak, you just have to restart your microphone and it will glow red. So yes, that's it. Thank you.
We'll all go.
You've got 5 minutes.
I guess most of you know who I am, Edna Stevenson. I lived down the peninsula for about 45 years, so it's very much my stomping ground. And I get particularly animated when I want things done. Today I'm here just as a past resident of the lower Portobello area, but I'm a regular visitor down there. I lived down in the Otago area for just over 35 years, but I now live in Portobello. I'm here to present this submission, of which there's about 270. Which the community has gathered, and really I wanted one of them to come and do this presentation, but nobody was brave enough, so I said, all right, I'll put my hand up. I'm not very brave either. Anyway, here we are, and I'm not good at speaking off the cuff, so I'm just going to read you what I've written. I'm here today as a past resident but regular visitor to the Otago Harrington Point area, and I am presenting this submission on behalf of the 260 plus residents and visitors who have submitted on the Peninsula Connection project. Just to be sure you are aware of the issue, I want to remind you that the immediate problem is in relation to the dangerous condition of Harrington Point Road between the Otago Golf Course turnoff and the Otago Fisherman's Wharf. This section of road is in desperate need of widening as part of the Peninsula Connection project. originally known as the Peninsula Road Safety Project, which is to create safe passage for all users. Changing the name has not changed the original purpose, but being a connection rather than a safety issue appears to have reduced the importance of the project and made it a nice to have rather than a safety issue. The area from Portobello to Pukekura generally has mostly been overlooked in terms of road quality and facilities for residents and tourists until recent times. While there have been some upgrades along the way, the most significant in terms of safety continues to be the condition of main access roading for residents and visitors. This road carries visitors to our city to the unique wildlife attractions which are the basis of our local tourism dollars. These are the world-renowned destinations and are visited by tens of thousands every year. The Otago Marae hosts many hui, both large and small gatherings, and is the bones of our settlement. While the access road continues to be overlooked as part of the Peninsula Connection project, all residents and visitors are put at risk travelling on this substandard road. Visitors will leave with great memories of the attractions, but I would suggest their memories of our roading to get there will be less than acceptable. As a city, we have a responsibility to ensure everyone who travels down this road is able to travel safely. At present, this is not happening. There are many near-miss accidents on a regular basis. Unfortunately, these are not recorded in any statistics due to them not being full-blown crashes. There is local talk of a disaster waiting to happen, with a tourist bus going off the crumbling road edge into the harbour. Do you want to wait for fatalities to be recorded before taking the necessary action to fund the completion of this long-awaited and endured road safety project? Or will you take responsibility now and ensure this work gets top priority funding in this annual plan? It is time to finish projects which have been started before launching forward onto new dreams. It will be a great day when the Peninsula Connection from the city to Pukekura is completed. Let this be the legacy this council is remembered for.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Hurlan.
Oh, thank you. Have you sent your letter with concerns to Waku Kotahi, the New Zealand Land Transport?
The button, microphone.
They've funded most of this project, and we, I believe, wanted it to continue, but we haven't had the funding.
No, not from the community, we haven't.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
I wonder if you could speak to the difference between the road state when visitors were last here, pre-COVID, and then fast forward to now, and the road state now, the difference between those two times.
I would suggest that road has deteriorated majorly. A big part of the problem, I think, is because whether it's to do with climate change or not, but the water tends to be getting right up near the top of the road in that particular section, and it is causing a lot of undermining of the road. And for some of you who were down there for the Waitangi celebrations this year would have noticed that along the road edge there's lots of gouges, and they've had road cones put in holes basically. To avoid hitting them you have to cross the centre line, and it's a narrow road anyway. But I think it has certainly deteriorated. There doesn't seem to be any maintenance, let alone looking at getting it, widened.
So I was certainly shocked at the state of it when I saw it, but just speaking to that issue of crossing the centre line, would there in fact be room for two buses, tour buses to pass in that area?
That would be doubtful, to be honest with you, and particularly there's quite a sharp corner, there's a rock cliff, and there's quite a sharp corner there which is narrow, and definitely 2 buses could not pass there. I've seen in the past where a bus has had to wait for one to come round while another one can.
My final question is around Taironi and the popularity of that beach now and the traffic. Can you speak to that, the increase in traffic?
Miami of the South. Oh, what a great asset for the area. It's wonderful, but of course it is attracting people from far and wide, which was part of, having that project done. But certainly there's been a massive increase in traffic over the summer months, and we've had such a great summer. But it is very well used.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Edna, thank you for your submission. 270 odd signatures, that would be a pretty large percentage of the population down that way, would it not?
Yes, clearly it is. I think there's a number of these people who don't live there, but they have cribs there, or batches, wherever you come from, and visitors to the area as well. In terms of the residents, I think they're starting to get a bit fed up with it, quite frankly. From what I've heard, this problem is not going to go away. And the concern is the safety issue. And I do know of several incidents where there have been some very close calls. I know of a woman who was knocked off a bike. But these are, what they'd consider small incidents that are not recorded. So we can't see them as statistics in terms of funding from Wakatahi, I suppose, or whatever. But, yeah, it's becoming a major problem.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to get an idea of the tourism numbers. We've got the petition there for 260 people, but I understand that about pre-COVID, about 500,000 visitors to the Otago Peninsula. And of those, about 160,000 to the Albatross colony. That's an awful lot of cars. Do you still see like it's really outnumbered by the amount of visitors coming down this road?
Outnumbered? How do you mean? Sorry.
I guess I'm looking at, yes, we've got a local petition, but we've also got a huge actual burden, I guess, from the visitor numbers. I'm just sort of trying to figure out the numbers there, and I was just wondering if it was sort of around 160,000 visitors that are coming up by car and bus, etc., etc.
I can't count them, but I would have to agree with you that those numbers would be, it's probably in excess of that, actually, Sophie. It's the jewel and the crown of our tourism here, and it just doesn't seem right that we've got these major safety issues with it. I'd just like to see it get done. I guess the other thing is that, the Peninsula residents for many years now have been very tolerant to get this whole connection project completed. And it seems now like it's going on and on and on. And unfortunately, often the end from Portobello out to the heads is forgotten. And I think a lot of those communities feel forgotten. And I think it's time that we looked after them as well. They provide for the city, but the city's not providing for them.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
So, Collingwood. So, next we welcome Mr. Colin Weatherall. I don't see Peter Fortius, no. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming early, Mr. Weatherall.
It's a pleasure. I thought you might want to take your afternoon tea early, so I wouldn't want to be the one that held you up. Your Worship, Councillors, it's a pleasure to be here. I come, I guess, with three parts to my submission. The first is to thank the Council for the work that they're undertaking. It's a pretty challenging environment out there, and I guess since I had the pleasure of sitting around the Council table the environment has got more challenging and more demanding of you. So please, we do recognise that and thank you for the input that goes on. The first issue I want to raise is quite simple. It's actually, as the chair of DLC, or the District Licensing Committee, I just want to remind Council that a couple of years ago, or maybe 3 years ago, you set aside a significant amount of money for the upgrade of CCTV cameras in the city. And I realise that since then, George Street upgrade has taken place. But I just want to remind you, as you look forward into your budgets, that there's, I think, about, give or take, and the Chief Executive will correct me, about 700,000 has been moved into the property account for this particular project. There is a high expectation for the health and safety and improvement of the centre city and other parts of the city that that project be undertaken. I'm well aware that about 18 months ago it went out for a procurement exercise, and so I understand and what's happening now, but please don't lose sight of this. It's a project that Council has committed to. You have funded it. My understanding, the money is there, so I ask you to put it to best use when the opportunity comes as the enhancement of George Street gets closer to finish, because it's something that is of immense value to the well-being and the health and safety of the city. So I just ask you not to pass the time over on that one as you go forward in this annual plan and the next annual plan. The other issue I want to raise is the matter of the three waters. Now, I know that Council's having a significant series of discussions and a big future plan, but I want to highlight one of the three waters. In the community, we probably all accept we've got pretty good water to drink and process. We've got a reasonably good wastewater system by both Tahuna and the Green Island plant, basically operating pretty well. But we're way short in stormwater systems in a large part of our city. And I'm sure that you're all aware what I'm going to say. Northern communities, peninsular communities, Fairfield, Waldenville, Westwood, Ocean View and Brighton have nothing but bloody drains that go straight to the sea. The best they get filtered is through some grass and marron grass and other grazings. So I know it's a big ask and I don't expect it all to happen, but I just highlight the point that the third of the three waters is a very substantial need to have a better process what we currently have. That's all I'm saying, Your Worship. I'm happy to take any questions the Council may have.
Alrighty. Do we have any questions? Deputy Mayor Barker.
I was a bit slow in my note taking, and I just got Peninsula, Fairfield, and I missed what the other areas were that were lacking in the stormwater.
Yeah, Fairfield, Westwood, Ocean View and Brighton. You know that I come from Brighton, I think most councillors do. Passionate about it, but I absolutely, and I'd make it last in the list, but equally as important. And I was going to take some photographs to bring them, just to show how simple and poor a wastewater system stormwater system we have. But council's aware of that. I'm just highlighting and giving you a reason to have a discussion.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Colin. To stormwater, we're not really treating our stormwater in the pipe system as it is anyway at the moment. So I'm just wondering what your objective is, as considering that swales are considered a fairly normal method of dealing with stormwater.
Stormwater, I think we have to have a better identified outlet system, or many of them, and maybe some better swales or improved embankments around them would help, and a little bit of maintenance as well, because at the moment they go basically through grass, noxious weeds and everything else in a lot of places. So it's not to have a big system, but it's to have a better identified and a council maintaining system, because an example would be the stormwater, what we call the miners' drain in Ocean View and Brighton. We have to have council and or the ORC continually clean the outlet before any major storms come through. because it floods the community. So I'm just asking for help for that sort of thing.
Wonderful. Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you very much for your submission.
Mr Mayor, just please don't lose that money for CCTV on me.
Oh, look, I'm sure the Chief has got it safely under lock and key.
Thank you.
Now, Mr Porteous, who was scheduled at 2:45, has still not showed, so I don't think he's going to. So therefore we move on to 3 o'clock, which is afternoon tea. And so we have a gap now until 3:25. So I move that we adjourn for afternoon tea till 3:25. Seconded Councillor O'Malley. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Here we go. We have to fill in some of those gaps. Just about ready to recommence. So we've got a couple of absences. Possibly is Councillor O'Malley outside, or is he gone? Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Bennett. I'll just see if Councillor O'Malley is out there, or he may have exited the venue. No? And it's just ticked over 3:25, so the next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora, councillors, Mr Mayor and DCC staff. My name is David Bennett. I am the spokesperson for Save Dunedin Live Music, and we would like to submit today on our hopes for the future of music in Otipoti Dunedin. Dunedin punches well above its weight in terms of quality, diversity and vibrancy of its music scene. And while Dunedin's music scene has many strengths, like its collaborative and supportive nature, our high quality music education centres and our strong international reputation, it is also facing similar challenges to other cities across Aotearoa and globally. In particular, challenges facing music venues, including those stemming from the regulatory environment. These have all been well documented in the media in recent years. In that context, we would like to say how great it has been to be working with Jeanette Wakera and the Aotearoa team on the Live Music Action Plan, as we will be the first city in Aotearoa, New Zealand to have a dedicated music action plan. And we believe a draft for that is imminent, and we look forward to seeing it. However, we do have a few things to raise with you today. First, music is an integral part of economic growth as a city, ensuring our city is a desirable place to live and work. It provides opportunities for our young people, and music also has community and spiritual benefits. It plays an important role in fostering individual and social well-being. Music helps to make Dunedin's parks, venues and city spaces vibrant and engaging. We would like councillors to keep these factors in mind when ensuring that any music action plan is not only robust, but that it is properly resourced. Secondly, it is only with clear and robust planning that music can flourish. We understand that Variation 3 of the District Plan will not include many of the provisions that would be relevant to a live music action plan, such as considering zoning changes to allow for entertainment precincts, or for considering regulations around residential activity in commercial mixed-use zones. While we understand that Variation 3 is only covering minor improvements, we would like to know when relevant provisions can occur. Would we be able to get those included in Variation 3? Is there the possibility of a special variation in response to the Live Music Action Plan? Or is that something we're going to have to wait for Variation 4? And we'd like to get an answer to that in writing and an approximate timeline for when these changes can occur. It would be great to address these planning issues before it's too late for live music in our city, as we have already lost far too many venues to date. The second point we'd like to raise is from the commercial touring and promotions industry, and it's the growing need for a mid-sized venue in Otipoti Dunedin. Current venues are either ill-suited to certain types of performance or under-equipped for musical performance. The cost barriers of accessing some venues or having to hire all the equipment to use them, or both, makes Dunedin financially unviable as a tour date for many smaller national and international artists. This situation reduces opportunities for local bands, reduces opportunities for local support businesses, and makes our city less attractive to a vibrant young population, costing us one of our most important resources, people. So, amidst a rather enthusiastic pressure from the local music scene, we would therefore like to ask to hear the council's plan for Sammy's. The council purchased the venue with the intention of preserving a piece of Dunedin's musical heritage, and since then it has sat dormant, apart from one evening when it was revived by some young members of the community for a gig, with the intention of highlighting the lack of venues to play within Dunedin. We would like to see an estimate for the proposed cost of the repairs to the building, and for that to be made public so the community can decide whether it's worth it. If it turns out to be undesirable to the Dunedin community, we would also like to explore what the other options are for an accessible, usable mid-sized venue in Otipoti, Dunedin. So just to reiterate, we are very pleased with the work that Council and staff have done on this issue to date, and we are looking forward to a well-resourced live music action plan, a written commitment to when planning variations will occur that will permit provisions that would be relevant to a live music action plan, and finally, we'd like a little clarity around SAMIs and or the alternatives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Kia ora, thanks very much. We have a question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Mr. Bennett, for coming in and for your submission. Two questions. First one is quite a wide-ranging one. With the imminent arrival of the live music plan, what are the sort of things you want to see in there, or specifically not omitted from that when it arrives?
What's really important for a live music plan to succeed is that it is a complete music ecosystem approach. So that ranges all the way from a suite of regulatory changes around protections for noise ordinances and venues and the operation of those, through to support services around spaces for young bands, or any bands actually, to rehearse, and or other support mechanisms from a council level. Also for the city to take ownership of its musical heritage and its musical identity and support that through things like the Destination Dunedin plan, basically a whole suite of things. What I'm getting at, I guess, is that it is a very wide-ranging cross-platform plan.
Thank you. And final question, I'm asking you this as one of knowing that you're one of our premier noise experts in the music field. Are there currently, and I'm including the new venues, yours and Moon's, are there currently any venues in Dunedin at the moment that aren't under the noise sword of Damocles?
No, is the short answer on that. The Crown has an imminent development going up next door. There was apartments recently just built across the road from Dive, and yours is facing the same neighbours that the Dogwood Two Tails had. So they're all operating under a relatively precarious environment. Moons is next to the hotel that complained about the Crown and got them to stop using their main room. So we'll see how that one pans out.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for your... I'm just really reiterating your submission around the district plan variation work. Because were you under the impression that it was potentially going to be in variation 3, and now you're aware that it's not, right?
Yeah, so basically, for many aspects of the music action plan to work, changes to the regulatory environment are the key base for that. So in working with the council on this action plan, we were of the understanding that the relevant changes would be made to the district plan to allow the things we had planned for within the action plan to actually stand a chance at working. We have since learnt that variation 3 was only for minor changes, and that a lot of the things that we consider key to the success of the action plan would not be considered in that variation.
But you, to reiterate, you're saying that you don't really think that we can get forward until we do get some of these changes in the district plan because they're necessary.
That's 100% correct. I believe that you're setting yourself up for failure unless we get these provisions in place.
And then your last part on facilities. This annual plan is an exceptions only budget, but the next budget next year is the long-term plan where items can be put in. Would you be looking for something that came back to council that would allow us to consult on it at the LTP as to whether or not the people of the city would be interested in the investment of, such as maybe or maybe not fixing SAMIs up or doing something else, but an item that would end up in the consultation document so that the people could then we could have an informed decision as the opinion of the people of the city?
Yep, 100%. That is what we're asking for. The main feedback we get from the music community is that the solution to that particular problem within the music ecosystem is staring us in the face, but nobody's clear on what needs to be done to make that a viable option. Basically, nobody has any idea in the community what it's going to cost to fix, how much it would And everybody's just would either like to know whether that's a viable solution or whether we move on to something else if it isn't. But there is no clear information about that at the moment.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, I've asked that question. I'd like to know what cost it would be to get it to it. What sort of standard would you like to know to get it to?
Basically, we would like to get the building up to a safe and usable standard, and then have that building either taken into a trust or handed off to another organisational model to run. We're not necessarily asking the council to run the venue or anything. We just want them to get the building to a point where it's safe and usable so that it can be used for things.
Microphone.
We've had people meet this morning talking about the Mayfair, the Playhouse and the Athenaeum. Are any of those venues ones that you think the music sector could use or utilise?
Yes, but once again, they are particular use venues geared towards theatrical performance, and there are certain limitations in that crossover. You can use them for musical events, but the scope changes a lot compared to a dedicated music venue of what they can be used for. So it does fill some gaps, not all the gaps.
In the music plan, you mentioned earlier about practice space and talked a little bit about that. Is your hope that that problem may be solved in that music action plan? And if so, how is that going to come to fruition? Have you been made any promises or?
We have gone through a number of options with the council around rehearsal spaces. We do believe that there is a need, and we believe that a mixed approach to the rehearsal space problems, as in using existing council resources, as in some of the local halls and otherwise, things like that, but all the way ranging up to doing consultation and basically a viability costing on whether it's worth the council investing in a dedicated arts hub or music hub with rehearsal spaces as part of it. I believe consultation of that is something that we've asked for within the music action plan to be done.
And in the music action plan, have you worded some of the hopes you have for Sammy's in there? Are you hopeful that'll be in there?
We've definitely gone over the need for a mid-sized venue and identified a timeline for that within the music action plan. Once again, it's hard to pin anything concrete using the word Sammy's on it at this point because there's so many unknowns about the buildings. So it's definitely in there but more as a reference to mid-sized venues in general.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me have my question. So, Mr. Bennett, I understand that your aspirational document is based around a city that is actually doing this well. Is it Adelaide in Australia?
There's been many parts of many different action plans from a lot of cities. Adelaide's one of particular note, and Sydney, simply because of the similar contexts of the public realm shared between Australia and New Zealand, makes them pretty easy to swap and change there.
So it's not impossible to achieve. And would I be right in saying the issue with some of the theatre venues for music is there is no dance floor?
Yeah, a lot of the time seated venues and other ways that theatres are designed are not particularly good for deployment of the equipment nor the audiences that certain types of shows, specifically rock music and other forms of popular music, also capacities. A lot of these touring outfits operate on razor-thin margins, and if they can't sell a decent amount of tickets to their show, it's not viable. So.
Thank you. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that, so your mid-size venue, what sort of capacity are you looking for?
So mid-size is a pretty broad term, but we normally put it in the 800 to 1,000 people over the whole venue.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you for your time.
And next we have Ms. Jo Kaler from the Southern Heritage Trust.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having us along today. We are, hello Anne, Anne's just arrived in the nick of time. We just would like to speak to, essentially it's a planning issue that we see with heritage in the city, and a bit of an issue that we're finding with the 2GP, that character contributing homes seem to be being demolished at a slightly alarming rate. There has been quite a lot of publicity in the Otago Daily Times about this, and we put this down to something that we had talked about when we were petitioning in relation to the 2GP, the fact that the council was wanting intensification of housing in Dunedin, that we didn't feel at the time that it was sufficiently listened to, and so we want to use this opportunity again, that intensification in the inner city area is also in direct conflict with our most beautiful and famous heritage within Dunedin. So we see that there's a conflict there, and that's now playing out in reality, and we think that a lot of Dunedin suburbs are on a knife edge, actually, that it is highly possible that developers are watching what's going on with great interest and seeing an opportunity to be able to establish what we could only call cheap housing in areas that are beautiful and should remain so, and that they are part of our city's economic well-being also, actually. So we think it's flawed. We regret that there's been a throwing out of a heritage provision that the 2GP commissioners put in there, and that was with regards to seeking some say from heritage groups when there was property up for demolition. However, that was removed as part of an Environment Court decision, and we were very disappointed by that. So essentially what we're really asking for from you today is to consider further strengthening your district plan to remove the loophole which provides for the destruction and demolition of heritage homes and houses and buildings in the inner city area in particular, and to review its planning urgently before we lose too much of what Dunedin is most known for, which is our heritage, and also that we know from a survey some years back is also the prime reason why so many people want to visit and stay and live in the city. We understand the need for warm, dry housing, and that there is a housing crisis, or has been, in New Zealand, but we think that there is time, particularly with the market downturn, for us to take a bit of stock on this and actually reassess just how much of this new housing is actually going towards family housing anyway, when we're talking about 2-bedroom shoebox units in many cases, which would really only suit a well-defined market. So we would like a retake on some of the philosophies which underpinned the 2GP and which we don't think hold true. And as we see it, we think that the DCC, while we know supports heritage in the city, and we know does a great job through the Heritage Fund, we think that the council could do better to ensure that what people come to Dunedin for isn't thrown out. So we would like a review, if possible, of the planning rules, and also more resources dedicated towards researching buildings so that they will have their stories marked or registered on the district plan, because at the moment there's too few heritage houses with that protection in the district plan. So we would like more of that, and more support for the heritage area of the City Council, resources and research needed to support that. And also, I think it's fair to say we would like to see more of the heritage recognition incorporated into all DCC plans and policies, including tourism and other policies as well, recognising that, you know, Dunedin is New Zealand's premier heritage city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have questions? Deputy Mayor Barker?
Thank you for your unending hard work promoting and advocating for heritage in Dunedin. It's certainly, I'm just in awe at all of your hard work over so long. Just have a couple of questions. And you know that we're doing a heritage action plan, which is to come through at the end of December. So that's probably a big question. What would your aspirations for the plan be? I guess that you would like to be included in the making of this plan. Would that be correct? Yep. So, yep.
Absolutely. Yep.
So we just have a short time. I just want to go to the character contributing homes and how they actually get on the district plan, because I don't think many people have an understanding of that. Could you explain that a little bit more, please?
Yeah, I think there's quite a process that has to be gone through, and it involves the planning department. That there's also a lot of research that needs to be done on each individual building to justify its existence there. So at the moment, as we've said in our submission, there's only very few Dunedin heritage houses that are actually on that list. So we would like to see more of an effort. We know there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that should be, and they're not, and they're all at risk right now.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, that change in the district plan variation was struck down by the Environment Court largely because it was out of scope. So when the Heritage Action Plan is finished and submitted, would you like then a consideration of when that plan is considered, whether or not there's full protection sitting in the district plan, or whether or not there might be, again, a need to go back in and revisit that very area that was visited in Variation 2?
So are you asking whether or not it's an either or, so whether or not there's full?
Yeah, I'm asking that one. I think my feeling would be it'd be premature to proceed the Heritage Action Plan with the district plan change. But the Heritage Action Plan presumably would then identify strengths and weaknesses of where we are at the moment. And if there were weaknesses in the district plan, I assume you'd be looking for a variation.
Yeah, thank you, but it would need to be done quite quickly, because we think that time is of the essence for a lot of these areas, and we're just noticing that there are more and more, and you'll be noticing it too. There's more and more of our heritage areas which are being affected, and we think there's plenty of areas where this can happen. Don't get me wrong, we think this can happen, but it's just not in our most rich streetscapes.
Would you mind just reminding everybody who didn't have the advantage of Councillor Walker and I to hear your submission at the variation, to tell the council what it was you were looking for in that variation at the time?
Yes, we were concerned at the blanket approach to the intensification. It was to happen across large swathes of inner city Dunedin. It wasn't a street-by-street approach, and that's what we wanted. We wanted more of a case-by-case approach. There will be areas where there are very limited heritage values, but there are areas which have been included as part of the intensification area which have very high heritage values, and we think that this is the problem. Notification also, yeah, is also, as Anne reminded me, is also an issue. We would like to see more notification of when there are proposals for development of heritage streetscapes, and there currently isn't any.
Okay. Thank you. We have covered the questions. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Okay. So next we have Nicole Besema from the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust.
Kia ora. Thank you so much for having me. It's awesome to be back here and to see some new faces as well as old. My name is Nicole Bessemer, coming to you from the Tomahawk Smales Beach Care Trust, where I am the nursery manager. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at our submission, and hopefully you've also got the impression that the main purpose of my visit today is to let you know that we're extremely happy, things are going brilliantly, and to say thank you. The last time I was here, the council agreed to increase our annual funding from $6,500 to $13,000. And I'd just like to reiterate what we have achieved with that money that you have provided. Since we've received that funding boost, we've had additional time with our volunteers to increase the species diversity of the plants that we propagate, and we've managed to vastly exceed the requirements of our agreement with the DCC to plant 1,000 trees. We're working to increase our efforts not only for sea lions, but also for other native animals. We recently got some results from the Open Waters eDNA program, which have shown for the first time that we probably have kura, or freshwater crayfish, tuna, longfin and shortfin eel, and 4 species of native galaxid fish in Tomahawk Creek that runs into Smales Beach. These include koara, ananga, cockapoo, and giant cockapoo. Moving away from the plants and the biodiversity, mainly what I'd like to focus on is what we achieve with people. We're extremely proud of our accessible volunteering program, where youth and adults with intellectual and other disabilities have the chance to participate in meaningful and skill-based volunteering and to take ownership of community and of beach care. We spend time to get our volunteers to get to know them on an individual basis, so that on a one-on-one basis we can improve skills that people need for their lives. We host groups and individuals. I'd like to share with you something a bit more personal that I've experienced in my role as beach care manager. While I'm usually there with groups, I'm sometimes there with people on a one-on-one basis. There's a common theme among people who spend one-on-one time at the nursery. They need someone to talk to and to listen to them. During these volunteering sessions, I have listened to stories of domestic violence, physical abuse, burnout, depression, and suicidal thoughts. Some people are simply lonely and struggle to make or maintain friendships. For beach care, which the DCC is part funding, the nursery is a safe place where people can come and be listened to. We're also really proud of our growing engagement with children and young adults from disadvantaged background who have limited or no connection with their community. This includes small groups from Southern Youth Development, previously the Malcolm Trust, where we deliver sessions for people as young as 14 years of age. Since receiving our funding, we've also expanded to work with Oranga Tamariki. We've hosted a 15-year-old to complete 2 days of mandatory community service, and we're maintaining communication with other support workers in the hope that we can help other young people to achieve their community service placements. I'd like to mention briefly what I do with my 20-hour work week at Beach Care, because the funding that we receive from you contributes to that. So in 20 hours, I manage our nursery, seed collecting and propagation program. I host twice weekly volunteer sessions, maintain our connections with groups, seek out new connections, manage our social media page, our email accounts. I help develop our budget each year. I plan our community planting days, arrange the site preparation, manage the maintenance of our existing planting sites in the 40-hectare Ocean Grove Reserve. I manage weed control and additional events such as rubber pickups. I write funding applications and funding reports. Our agreement with you, the DCC, is to plant 1,000 trees each year, but I'd like to let you know we're doing that and we're doing more, and we're really happy with that. I hope you are too. We're one of the many groups in town who offer conservation volunteering, but we don't know of any other group who match the breadth of service that we provide to the city all in one location. To summarise, we help individuals who are having a hard time by listening to them. We make them feel welcome and we make them feel part of the community and valued. Our volunteer program welcomes youth and adults with disabilities, and these efforts were recognised recently in the Volunteer South Awards, where we won the award for diversity and inclusion. When we get groups of students, such as foundation studies students, we focus on volunteering tasks that are relevant to entering the workforce, developing personal growth, and increasing the self-confidence of young people. So, I'll finish up there by saying I'm not here to ask you for anything. I'm here to let you know that we're thriving, and that's partly thanks to the increase that you gave us 2 years ago. So I hope that you think of us fondly when our current agreement ends in June 2024. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and it's always good being last in the day because you get some latitude from the Mayor. First off, 2 years ago you gave me a little kofi tree. It's now that big, guys, which I will bring down and plant at some point. Questions. Money is important, and that rise from 6.5k to 13k per year. My question to you, and I've asked the CE if she could clarify, are you aware or not whether that 13,000 expires next year, or does it run on ad infinitum?
It's my understanding that that was a 3-year agreement, and so it will be due for review June 2024.
Cool. I presume we'll see you next year.
You certainly will.
Next question is, I presume you're happy to invite any of us to come down?
Yes, please do. So we're open for casual volunteering Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 to 4. We also, on our Facebook page, we advertise public events, for example, rubbish pickups, community planting days, etc. We also have some very beautiful native plants for sale at the moment in an effort to raise funds to replace our shade house. So yes, please do drop by anytime.
And final question is, I'm just curious to know, as part of Wild Dunedin, you held a plant pot weaving workshop. How did that go?
That went fantastically. So we were inspired by a method that we learned from the Sinclair wetlands, who've been weaving harakeke pots for revegetation purposes. We thought we'd put a beach care spin on that. It just so happens that one of our volunteers is a botanical fibre artist with experience in a range of natural fibres. So she spent the day with Wild Dunedin to host 2 marram grass pot weaving workshops. If you're not aware, marram grass is highly invasive in coastal dune systems in New Zealand and around the world. And so it was quite fun to repurpose this invasive weed for pot making.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was hoping that I would be able to have time, but I was reading submissions to come and help you with your beach care volunteering, clean up to remove rubbish from the dunes, and I see in the post that you were talking about observing newborn sea lion pups and their mothers amidst a lot of rubbish. I just want to ask, how much rubbish did you collect yesterday?
Oh, I'm glad you asked that. It was a really big day. So yesterday we had a total of about 35 volunteers spend the day collecting rubbish at an Ocean Grove Reserve that's in between the gun emplacements and Smales Beach. We collected around 20, you know how big those coffee bean sacks are? We collected around 20 coffee sacks full of small rubbish items. That doesn't include large items that we removed from the reserve: heaters, TV, a barbecue, a vacuum cleaner. And I'd like to also point out that we removed a lot of broken glass. This is really significant for the sea lions because Jim Fife, the sea lion ranger, has informed us that he's seen sea lions with lacerations down their bellies. They're dragging their bellies over broken glass. this isn't just sporadic glass through the reserve. We found dumping sites of broken glass and ceramics. So we collected enough rubbish to fill a very large truck, and we've only just made a dent. There is much more down there. It's not just, it's like large items being disposed. There's household waste being disposed regularly, including DCC rubbish bags being biffed into the bush, which makes no sense really. We're also seeing some rather disgusting items such as nappies, sanitary pads, underwear, etc. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I hope that councillors will come and join you in one of your beach cleanups.
Thank you. Councillor Gary?
Thank you. Thank you for your amazing mahi and your presentation. A great news story. I noticed on the last page of your submission, the pavers, the recycled pavers. Could you talk about, I'd love to hear what a difference that's made.
Cool, yeah, that has been absolutely awesome for our nursery. So we were among the lucky recipients to receive pavers. We got some from Great King Street. Previously, the area where our volunteers worked is very uneven gravel, and it got quite muddy. So since we've had those pavers installed, and I'd also like to mention that we were among the lucky groups chosen by Isaac Construction to get assistance with site preparation. They went above and beyond and removed 5 truckloads of old landfill from beneath our nursery before proceeding with the job. Our volunteers absolutely love our new paving. It's easier to clean up, it's easier to access, and it just looks brilliant. And our entire community is absolutely thrilled.
What difference has it made to your volunteers with disabilities?
There's no longer ledges and uneven ground for our volunteers who are less mobile to have to navigate. For example, people who are in wheelchairs and people with short-sightedness and low vision.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and I'm still stuck on all the things you picked up off the beach. I'm assuming the vacuum cleaner was somebody's misguided attempt to clean up the beach. But my questions are mostly around, you said part-time?
Yes, 20 hours.
And I'm also willing to bet that you don't stick to the 20 hours.
I do not. But I'll give you some good news from my perspective. Up until January this year, I was doing all that on 12 hours a week. And I was volunteering 8 hours a week for 2 years. But I decided to carve my own way, so I successfully applied for salary funding to New Zealand Lotteries Community, and that has allowed an increase in my hours for 12 hours to 20 hours. And now that I do 20 hours paid, I can find time to do another 8 hours unpaid. So I'll have to get back onto lotteries.
So my final question is, do you have a wish list of things that you could achieve if you were able to fund full-time?
Yes, I'd like to be able to offer what we offer currently every day of the week.
You done, Councillor Gilbert? Sorry. Very good. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I just noticed you've got over 1,600 hours of volunteer work. Would you want to comment back to the council in terms of good return on investment or bang for your buck when we give you the materials for the raw materials and then you provide the labour?
Yeah, it's incredible return for your investment. And I'd also like to note that we're really economical with how we do things. We make a lot of effort to use resources that we can get as a donation. So our community gives us a lot back, and then I'm just saying, with the money we do get, we spend it very wisely, and we go to a lot of effort to reduce our operating costs. But yes, we're basically, for the hours that you're funding, you're getting many more hours of work complete. You're also getting a large number of people that leave feeling happy and satisfied and connected with their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Okay, Councillor Mayhem.
Just very quickly, thank you, Mr Mayor. I wondered if you're aware about Keep Dunedin Beautiful, that we support organisations with cleanups, working with Task Force Green. We've got gloves, sacks, those picking up claw things for some of those unsavoury items. So if you wanted to reach out and let us know when your next cleanup is going to be, we could help supply some of those resources and then take away the rubbish and recycle it for you.
Yes, please. That sounds fantastic, because all the rubbish we went got put into a big communal pile. So yes, we would love your help. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your submission, and especially the 4 pages of collage photos. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes. Well, the rest of our day comprises Mr. Daryl Jones, who's here for the final submitter of the day.
Hello, thank you for taking the time to listen to my submission. I'd like to propose the Carnegie Centre as a complete performing arts hub for Dunedin. Currently the building is a viable building. It's got a good return. It has a restaurant. There's a rehearsal room already in the building, hairdressers. But the main advantage of this building is out the back there's 800 square metres of viable space that could be used to design, well, it's a blank canvas that could actually design not one but 2 theatres, one on top of the other. And I think this might help to solve the problems that I'm hearing just about every day in the paper about a shortage of venues, small venues, operating venues for the city. As a 50+ person, I find there's very little here at night to entertain me, and I think it's about time we got something that we could actually all look forward to. And having one building with all these amenities, I think would provide the city with a very vibrant hub that would, well, pay for itself in some respect, simply because you'd have a restaurant there that would be humming along from morning to night. You'd have, well, I suppose you'd have theatre classes, entertainment groups, practices, rehearsals, all these things happening during the day, and then at night you could have not 1 but 2 performances. So that's my proposal. I just thought it might help Dunedin.
Thank you. Are you happy to take questions? We have firstly Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, taking the time to come in. I just wonder if you could outline your relationship with the Carnegie Centre.
Yeah, I own the building, and I've owned it for 20 years. And my previous tenants were the Fortune Theatre. The costume hire was down there. The design people were down there, costume designs. Upstairs was the Sinfonia, Dunedin Sinfonia. They use the rehearsal hall. So it's quite a large space. It's approximately 16 metres by 12 metres. It's got a mezzanine area. So already it's a space that's very usable.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koe, Mr Jones. Thank you for your presentation. So, in effect, you're offering us the opportunity to develop on your property. Is that right? I noticed that the building's for sale. So,
Yeah, that's correct.
what are you asking of us?
Well, I think, personally, I think the only option that the council has is to buy the building. I haven't got the money to develop 2 theatres and earthquake strengthen. But in looking at the other options, there would be no rental fees. Ongoing costs would be reduced. Like I say, I think the building, honestly, I believe the building has enough space. There's 2,200 square metres of usable space that would generate income. So your long-term operating costs would be reduced. And I just think having everything in one building is viable.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Mr. Jones. So there's a building at the back. Is it a residential dwelling or a flat at the moment? Would they be affected by any sort of noise issues? Do you own that building as well?
Now that's all part of the development site. If you can see on that plan, there's a black outline. That is the 800 square metres of usable space. And then below that, you could quite easily build another theatre, because when you walk into the Carnegie Centre, you walk into one level from Moray Place, and then you walk downstairs and you have another level that's actually the same level as that laneway where it is going up to the car park, which means you'd have access to 2 separate accesses and fire egresses to 2 different performing areas.
And the building is currently vacant, is that right?
So you just have to restart the microphone each time.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, it's tenanted. That's just on a year-to-year lease with students.
Okay. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess a lot of us are familiar with the history of the building and its previous uses. In all the conversations about theatre, or the lack of it, that you referred to, has it been involved or discussed as one of the options that might be available to the city previously?
Well, the Charcoal Blue report came out prior to me. It only came apparent to me that there was a shortfall in the city when I read the Charcoal Blue report in about August last year. And in that report, it did say, I haven't got the exact wording in front of me, but it did say that the city needs a built-for-purpose venue, something that can actually sustain, financially sustainable. And unfortunately, that building wasn't present or wasn't an option when the Charcoal Blue report was developed.
Can I just follow that? So they didn't look at it or assess it for its suitability?
Well, no, this was in 2020, I think the Charcoal Blue report was produced. Yeah, but I didn't have it as an option.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Quick question. You mentioned about earthquake strengthening, etc. Have you had any investigation as to what that cost might be?
No cost, because we were looking to do a development out the back, a small hotel, and really to do the earthquake strengthening, the 2 buildings would be joined up together, obviously, and a lot of the rear wall would be supported by the new build. The front facade does need work, but the actual internal building itself is quite sound. It was a library, so it was built to carry people and books. So I've been told it's a very solid building. The engineer that did the earthquake report on it, he actually said he'd be quite happy for his kids to play in the building in an earthquake. But unfortunately, being an old masonry building, it needs to be tied together. So there is a bit of work on there.
What is the current NBS on the building?
Well, you only just get a rating. It's above 34%.
Right. Council Officer.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā koe anō. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. I know people who are tenanting the building, and it's in terms of use, it's not very accessible. I don't think there's any lifts. So how do you envisage, say, theatre patrons going to the restaurant maybe at the front and then accessing the theatre at the back of the property? We would have to install lifts.
No, there's a lift in place, yeah. It's just not operational. For me to have it operational, it'd be, I don't know, a couple of thousand a year or something to get the ongoing checks on it.
Right. So I think that's us for questions. Thank you very much. That's really good. Thank you. Thank you for your submission. And that is it for the day. Thank you very much, councillors. And we'll see you all again here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Sorry, so yes, I move that we adjourn proceedings till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Carried.